did the Southern Band. James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon Entertainment.
A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, did the Southern Band. James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Mr. Raymond Clark is watching us via YouTube from Dallas, Texas. Hope you're doing good. A lot of people following us all around the world, including Emmanuel Scott, who's watching us via Facebook from Grand Cape Mount County, Golakonen District. Tarkington Lua Moses is following us from Yekepa there in Nimba County. Jusu Bima is watching us from Maryland there in the US via YouTube. And Eric McGill, it's been a minute, but you're doing good. Eric McGill is watching us from Atlanta, Georgia, there in the USA. Benjamin Larry, hope you're doing good. Joseph Sako, Hashmi Fambule, Domowa Polly, how are you doing? Samuel Peters is watching us from Pennsylvania, there in the US. Titus V. Bala is watching us from Rwanda. CDC Pape Success Skater for Life, hope you're doing good. Billy B. Lloyd is watching us from Buchanan City, Grand Bassa County. Timothy Solim Boy Smith, Boima MJ Johnson, who's following us from Banjul here in Liberia. Anthony Wimpy is watching us from ERWA Rehab Community. Daniel Tente says, I'm following the conversation closely from my usual Thinkers Village residents. Philip Peabody Sr., how are you doing? Umuru Domoya says, Mama Care Sharif Kane, you're always late. James Y. Hunter Sr. is watching us from Salem there in North Carolina, if I got the meaning of the NC right. John Tokba is following us from A.B. Tobert Road here in Liberia. So do comment, let us know where you're watching, where you're following us from. Do share the link of the program with your family and friends in the various chat rooms you find yourself. Rachel S.H. Blackett, if I got that right, Blackie, if it's Blackie or it's Blackett, please let me know. Rachel S.H. Blackett is watching us, as well as Evan Cooper says, I'm watching from the first state in the USA. I have the word research. Is it Wisconsin, or if I'm right? Let me know. If I'm wrong, we can always learn. Titus Bois is watching us as well. Patrick Kenyor is watching us from Stephen Turbert Estate. And to all my folks listening to us here across Liberia via our radio frequencies, Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, or via our various online platforms, we love to say welcome to you. It's another edition of the nation's premier talk show. This is the Spoon Talk, and we will be having our usual set of panelists joining us. And for guests tonight, I've been told Emmanuel Gonkwe of the EFFL joins us tonight on the show. So it promises to always be interesting as always. So as always, do share the link of the program. We'll open the phone lines for you to tell us what's on your minds. Comments, your views, your opinions, express yourself before it all gets underway here on the program. So all you need to do is kindly share the program, copy the link, send it in as many groups as possible, send it in as many inboxes as possible as well. Trending issues. So the Executive Mansion website is quite active. It's been active today with announcements being made, including one from the Executive Protection Service, the EPS. And there is another update concerning an appointment made by the president as well. All right, so there are several announcements on the platform of the Executive Mansion, and they're all of interest. So this one, 21 minutes ago, says President Boyka nominates ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The president has nominated Mr. Amara Soko Sako as ambassador designate to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The nomination, pending Senate confirmation, underlines the president's commitment to ensuring effective representation of Liberia's interests abroad. Mr. Sako, a seasoned professional, brings extensive experience and expertise to the role, ensuring Liberia's continued engagement and strengthening of bilateral relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The president remains steadfast in his commitment to enhancing Liberia's global partnerships and promoting the nation's strategic interest on the international stage. President Boakai calls on appointed officials of government to continue to demonstrate diligence, commitment, integrity, professionalism, and loyalty in service to country. Signed, Kula Bonayan Fofana. Well, that's one. Now, the second announcement in chronological order in terms of posting, soon as and later. So this one says the president has released NSA Assistant Director for Operations Wolo off his post. All right, so this one is short. President Boakai has relieved Mr. Nesco Alio Wolo of his duties as Assistant Director for Operations at the National Security Agency with immediate effect. The decision taken for administrative reasons is part of ongoing efforts to ensure the effective and efficient functioning of Liberia's national security apparatus. The president assures the public of his unwavering commitment to maintaining the highest standards of professionalism and accountability across all sectors of government, particularly within the nation's security institutions. The rest, President Boakai appreciates, but this is what has got the whole internet buzzing. This last announcement or update that I'm going to read from the Executive Protection Service, and it's on the Executive Mansion website as FYI for your information. Executive Protection Service EPS reinforces safety measures for presidential motorcade, dated January 21, 2025, Monrovia, Liberia. The Executive Protection Service EPS wishes to alert the general public to heightened safety measures surrounding the presidential and vice presidential convoys in light of increasing intrusions and unsafe behaviors by unauthorized motorists, emergency vehicles, and pedestrians. The EPS has observed repeated incidents of motorists, including drivers of emergency medical vehicles and fire trucks, as well as pedestrians, failing to yield the right of way to the presidential motorcade. These actions are in direct violation of Section 10.45 of the Vehicle and Traffic Laws of the Republic of Liberia, which mandates yielding to emergency and official vehicles. Such behaviors not only endanger the lives of the president and vice president, but also compromise public safety. Effective immediately. 1. Yielding to sirens. All motorists, emergency vehicles, and pedestrians are required to promptly yield to the sound of sirens from the presidential escort vehicles. Failure to comply may lead to a response from the EPS to neutralize potential threats. 2. Enforcement measures. The EPS will use all necessary legal means to address any potential threats to the presidential motorcade. Violators will be detained and handed over to the Liberian National Police for prosecution in accordance with Liberian law. The EPS urges all citizens, motorists, and emergency responders to prioritize safety and compliance with traffic regulations, ensuring that the movement of the presidential convoy remains secure and unhindered. These measures are necessary to safeguard the nation's leadership and maintain public order. Your cooperation in this matter is critical and appreciated. By order of Semgay, Director of the EPS. So this particular announcement has got a lot of traffic, a lot of mixed reactions from Liberians home and abroad and everywhere else as to the yielding to the presidential motorcade by emergency vehicles, whether ambulances, fire trucks, any vehicle that is deemed as an emergency vehicle, should yield to the presidential motorcade. So there is a huge debate now as to whether if an ambulance is taking an already, a dying person or a person who's fighting for their life, a critically ill person, the ambulance should, yield and get off the road and allow the presidential motorcade, the right away to go, or whether or not, with the ambulance, whether the EPS is going to use their discretion and say, okay, it's an ambulance. There might be a critically dying or critically ill Liberian citizen on board that ambulance, and the motorcade of the president cannot, stop, come at a halt or at a standstill, but we can at least, give that ambulance the right of way to yield to that ambulance to pass us by and take that person to the hospital, because every minute that passes by is crucial to that person's survival. Or if a fire truck, is running to go and save lives and properties, the debate is whether or not the EPS again will use their discretion and say, look, fire truck, yeah, we will give you some space, to go and see if you can respond to this scene and protect and save lives and property. So the debate is heated. Personally, I've been on a motorcade on several occasions, and an ambulance was allowed to pass. An ambulance was yielded to. I've been on a motorcade. At least I've been privileged to witness that on several occasions. The ambulance was yielded to. The motorcade didn't stop, come to a halt or a standstill, to a complete stop. No, it didn't come to a complete stop. But it was communicated via the radio that there's an ambulance, and the ambulance should be given corridor, and spoke their security jargons or whatever they speak in their communication. And then the ambulance was allowed, to go ahead and take that person to wherever it is. And hopefully that person's life was saved. I've also been fortunate to be on a motorcade of a president-elect and an outgoing vice president, a vice president at the time. And the president-elect motorcade had to come to a standstill to allow the vice president the right of way to pass. So this is the debate that is open, especially emergency vehicles. The flagrant disregard to the presidential motorcade is there. It is there. And pedestrians have been intruding. That is a fact. But the key issue here is emergency vehicles. Whether or not the EPS has noticed that when an emergency vehicle is given the right of way or yielded to, others take that into the use that as an opportunity as well, or whether or not the EPS has said, okay, fine, looking at this, we just want to classify everything that the presidential motorcade should be sanitized. But the debate is about emergency vehicles. Emergency vehicles. That is the debate. The EPS is quoting section 10.4 of the Vehicle and Traffic Laws of Liberia that says you should yield to emergency and presidential vehicles. But again, as I'm stating, the debate is about emergency vehicles. Whether or not an ambulance with a person on board that is critically ill, cannot be given the discretionary pass to say pass and go and save that life as well. But at the end of the day, there will be mixed views. The EPS have come up with their statement that you should allow the presidential motorcade the right of way to pass. And for those of you who are convoy space pickers, as soon as the ambulance at the back or the motorcade or the police pickup passes by, everybody jump behind the convoy. Or if escort one passes by, the moment you see escort one, people, if for your own safety, the debate with the emergency vehicles, that one, we can have that debate. But the issue of people respecting the presidential motorcade should be high on the agenda, whether the president or the vice president. People will hear the siren, escort one. They will see the next vehicle and they will still be trying to cross the road. The moment the presidential motorcade passes, somebody will jump behind. Who's not supposed to be there? They will just be behind. It's for your own safety. Those vehicles are moving at a standard speed that they know what speed they're moving at. If you're not part of that motorcade, don't be part. Another thing this debate has also brought about is the number of sirens we have in this country, my people. The number of sirens we have in this country. It's difficult now to tell which vehicle is even actually an emergency vehicle or a security vehicle. Everybody got siren on their car. Everybody got siren on their car. It's now difficult to tell who's really who. Everybody got siren. Even private security people, they behave like state security. Private security firms behave like state security. They take the opposite lane. Everybody does their own thing. It is very, very troubling. And that's one thing the law enforcement should look into as to how to enforce these things. Red and blue lights in our vehicle and traffic law, Liberia, is for emergency vehicles and designated vehicles. Everybody put it on their car. Why are you supposed to get it? You're supposed to get it. Everybody put it on their car, and the reason is simple. There hasn't been so much enforcement when it comes to that. Because somebody wants to beat traffic, they look at it for long, they put it on their own car. So law enforcement should take that into serious consideration and start to, enforce this. If you got siren on your car, and you're not supposed to get siren on your car, if your car is not a government vehicle that's supposed to carry siren, or it's not a vehicle that's authorized to do that, those flashing lights and all those things, you get them off, because people can impersonate, people can use that to perpetrate crimes, honestly, because you don't know if the person is a security personnel or not. And we have gotten used to the fact that each and every vehicle, put him in private car, he will put siren on it, he will put flashing light on it. A private vehicle that is not an authorized law enforcement vehicle or a private car, he will put light on it. Fire service man, private car, he will put light on it. Correctional officer, private car, he will put light on it. Everybody. The use of lights, no restriction in our country anymore. Keke now taking the LED lights, the long one, what can shine in your face more than anything. They put it on Keke any night, they use it on the road. Somebody just decide that they own a car, when you come in, you should just say going home there. In a city, you take those long lights, you put it on your car to blind the other driver. All those lights, your one gets 16 different lights on your car. The opposing driver cannot see. The incoming driver, the other driver on the other lane cannot see at all, because you put all on, just like you're going home. And the sad thing is, our law enforcement officers will stay right there and watch those things. But you get all the lights for. You take green light, blue light, red light, yellow light, you put it on your car, you flashing people out, we can't even see. And the traffic laws of Liberia talks about lights. It's right in the same vehicle and traffic laws. It talks about lights. What kind of lights you're supposed to use? You get fog light, you get hunting light, you get your actual headlights, then you get siren, then you get flashing lights, everything on your car. It's sad. And these things result to accidents. So as I encourage the LNP to do a lot of things in enforcing the traffic laws of the country, we should look at how we enforce the lighting use in our country, how we use lights. If the vehicle is not supposed to carry red and blue lights, it's not authorized, take that lights from those persons. If you look at a vehicle, you can see it. One time I was driving, I saw one truck. The truck looking like it going on the left, but it actually coming on the right. And because it's so crooked, it's taking the opposite lane too, because the way the truck looking. You see that kind of car on the road, our officers will stand and look at that kind of car that is not roadworthy and allow that car to ply the streets. no brakes, no lights, so smoke, confusing everybody. When we look at that car, it pass. Somebody will tell you, but we can do inspection in our country for how roadworthy your car is. I think we should start looking into that. If it's on the books, let's enforce it because it's all public safety. You need to be told that a particular car that's supposed to be on the road. You don't need to be told that this particular car is not supposed to be on the road. Oh, look at it. All right, folks. So we'll go to the phone lines at least for a minute or two. Let Liberians tell us what's on their minds. That was what was actually on my mind. When it comes to enforcement of our traffic laws, we should look at lights, who's carrying what kind of light, if it's authorized, and how roadworthy vehicles are to be plying our roads. Remember, they say prevention is definitely 100 times better than cure. 0777 771075 0555 101075. Those are the numbers to call. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm close for the piano clock. I'm calling for. Yeah, I'm close for the piano clock. I'm calling from Sopini. My attention has been drawn to the vehicle process that you're discussing. Because actually, why you're discussing tonight, it really makes sense. Because the vehicle now people using, they are not security personnel, but they carry security light. They're using siren. All these things, it cause accident. So, yes, I want to tell you thank you tonight for coming on this discussion.
Yeah, my name's Sulaiman Joey from Georgia. Yeah, my attention has been specifically to the issue of security personnel pouring siren on their private vehicles. I think to some extent it's wreaking havoc in the nation, and the relevant authorities will urge them to take the necessary action in order to curtail these acts. Because the last time I took time and read the Vehicle and Traffic Law, Chapter 2, it gives the right and the privilege to the President, the Vice President, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and medical or how you call it, vehicles, ambulances that apply to our streets. But now these days, you see everywhere, an officer has a private vehicle, you have all type of lingo, and it's hazardous to pedestrians that walk along the streets and to any passengers that are commute from one location to another in our country. So we urge the relevant authorities to take these necessary steps in order to curtail these acts that are done illegally. Thanks for coming.
Hey, how you doing, G? Yeah, I'm aware. This is Pascal Davis on District 6. So, what is on my mind is with the CEO of the institution. At first, I thought Mr. Waterspoon was just so about George Weah. Now that he has now taken a position to show the interest of Liberia, I want to say thank you. I featured him because he was being so personal about George Weah. To see him to start a government that he once campaigned for and brought to power, remember, they men spent a lot of money supporting Mr. Blackard and his legs, and to see him coming back and vocally speaking about the ills in the country, especially when our country is now lawless under the stewardship of Mr. Blackard, where some lawmakers are even planning not to attend the Southern address. I think it's a good thing. Look, I mean, this is how many talk show hosts supposed to organize themselves. You know, I've heard him for the year. Well, the kind of stand he's taking, I want to say kudos to Mr. Waterspoon. This is the kind of government. You know, Unity Party people, they're so intolerant to the extent that they get to even be criticized. You chasing after people, want to kill people here. But look, I mean, as a they can't come in. And they will see the real Liberians. They will see their action. This nonsense will stop. And thank you.
Damo, we're not hearing you.
Good evening.
We're not hearing you, Damo.
Daniel Adipe in a call from 540 Congo Town.
Damo.
You see what is happening to the country now? You see what kind of thing happening to the country? Legislature now, people are saying that they are not going for the president annual message. And those things are not good for us. You see, we send people to work for us. People go to work. They can't do the work. The difference is doing different things on their own. And you see, we used to tell Boga, I said, oh my Boga, stop this thing. It will embarrass you. Yeah, today. It's so embarrassing to the country. It's so embarrassing to the country. This is why we told my Boga, I said, this time and talk to the people, then talk to the people, let them know that hear anything. And now he's supporting the wrong side. That's why they're creating the problem. He is not supporting the wrong side. And that side is not correct.
Okay.
He's supporting it and the world looking at it. We ourselves looking at it. That is very, very wrong.
Okay.
Sitting there thinking that they are for the country. They are doing wrong things to this country.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you. All right. See you.
You low, Damo. If you can hear me, you low, though. I mean, you were better, but since you started taking calls, they both scare you.
See you.
You low. Can you hear me?
No, I'm not hearing. Yeah, I'm hearing you now. Go ahead, sir.
You can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I was saying that you were low. You know, maybe you were trying to increase your volume. We couldn't hear you at first.
Okay. I think is it okay now?
Yes, you're good. You're really good now. Yes. So you taking a few more calls, or you hanging out with me?
Yeah, I'm gonna take at least 3 more calls, and then I hang with you.
Right.
We started off the show by talking about the releases from the executive mansion with reference on that of the release from the EPS, and we transitioned into lights and sounds. And since the EPS referenced the vehicle and traffic law,
leave that one for the pause tomorrow, man.
No, I just wanted to read chapter 6.21.
Just send it to all we read it. Remember, you leave that one for the pause, man. Leo, hello.
But and then the mother show, yeah.
We are for the pause. We listen. Let me say this. Anyway, take your course. You know what? Let's take 5 more calls just from Liberia. 5 more calls from Liberia. The people speaking, no Damon. The people speaking so early. Damon, whether you are Unity partisan, sedition, and wherever you find yourself, the people speaking. They are speaking from their own mouth. They are speaking, Damon. And this is anyway. I will get it. I'm getting that down. I'm trying to get my mind made up. I'm getting there.
My made up about what now?
Oh, well, wait now, but don't put me on the hot seat now. I'll take your call. I'll take your call.
All right, let me take my calls.
Hey, you trying to put me in a situation, yeah?
0555101075. Let's take this person. Yeah, you said 5, eh?
Yeah, let's do 5 more.
All right. Hello. Hello. Hello to you. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, pleasant night to you live. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Richard Barish. This is my first time being lucky to get through on Spoon FM.
Okay, Richard.
I'm grateful. Yeah, I'm grateful tonight to actually go through. I just want to call on my brother there, Stanton. Stanton, you are a potential future leader for this country. There's no doubt about it because of your numerous assistance you give to the Liberian people. But I have serious problem with you, Mr. Stanton. You address the devil, and when the devil is making mistake, you try to make it upside, let everybody see how the devil looks. Sometimes it's good that you take the devil back to where and talk to the devil so that he can come out and dance the proper way. That's to say that you fought hard to see Josiah Jimaboga come to power. So some of the ills that you see him, performing, and some of his ministers performing, you don't necessarily have to be chastising him in the public. But it's hard time that you use some of your time in America, you call him one-on-one, telling him in your face, look, Papa, this procedure is not good. He will listen to you because he knows the kind of role you play. I'm giving you, Mr. Clinton. There are some issues, they are so embarrassing to we the listening, especially some of that support Josiah Jimaboga. The way it is presented, it cannot be fine. It can be fine to us, it can be fine at all, Mr. Stanton. Thank you so much for the numerous assistance you give to Liberians. Even though I have not benefit, but those that benefit, they are Liberian. One day I'll be in the vacation too. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Steve Barish.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, I'm Prince Akwe calling from West Street.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Stephen, what I'm observing on the talk show is that you're giving too much credence to Akara's grade. And Akara's grade on the talk show, people will listen to him, he talk plenty. But then he don't allow other people to talk. He keep interrupting those people. Look, I'm kindly asking you, please observe that. Do not give chance to the opposition to spoil this government to the level where we don't expect. Thank you.
Thank you. 077771075 555101075. Hello.
Hello.
You live? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm from Benin, calling from Calcutta today.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, what is in my mind this evening? No, I just want to say something to the Liberians who are listening to this platform. We know that always when the government comes to power, the smoke and see it. But I listen to one Pascal David and one Daniel Page. They talk something that they themselves they didn't do it. Like Pascal David, you're praising the CEO of this platform. But right now, I say yes, the CEO is doing well, but this station has not been threatened by this government. But the government closed the station down. They should come to them and start talking all about this, that, this, and that. And they close the station down. The past government, they did it. So that when now they know that things are going on wrong, when you're going on wrong, what the fool you say, they go against you, In fact, they have to end up closing the station down and they pay enough money in court. Let them get their mouth closed and just listen to all for the ordinary people to speak. They are not to speak and for people to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We got one more to go. Hello. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Pleasant night to you live. Please go ahead. 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. Happy New Year for now. This is the week when I'm in my resident in Bayo for tonight. This today making us the rescue government 1 year. So I want to try to tell my president, okay, thank you, Babu. That was 20 weeks for you to be our work. Because the way you take the control in 2023 or 2024, and now the way you're looking, because they control with nurses, other people were dying, political prisoners were here, political dead body, everything was scattered. The Georgia investment is doing use that many second minute at least, the city is quiet today, we increase our budget, the way we are facing the war.
Okay,
thank you for very much what you do, and let God continue to bless you and strengthen you for you to earn your year. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes the WASP Remind segment for now. Mr. Spoon,
yes, Saga, Baby T, it's always good to see you. Thank you very much. And again, congrats to your program, The Pause. I believe a lot of folks wishing you well and the anticipation that you will do that which is right to produce for the Liberian people. I heard that today you had, is this tomorrow?
No, la Monday, yeah.
Monday? Oh, Prophet Key? Nande. Lord have mercy. Prophet Key coming Monday?
Yeah.
Wow. I heard that. So you having Jeremic tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow we'll play host to the Minister of Information. But all of this has been attributed to your support as well. I'm not going to say all of what you do behind the scene, but thank you for all you do. And thank you for the continuous support as well, making sure everything is well. I appreciate you 100%. Thank you, Chief.
No, you're welcome, man. It's all yours, man. If you put my name there, Jerry, let me pay what I'm coming. I got scared of me.
The people's conversation.
A people's conversation. But I want to say, yeah, you're doing extremely well, Dama, please. I mean, everybody looking forward to a beautiful program, for you to update them with nothing but the truth. And I know you do not compromise, and you will not compromise. Again, congrats, and let's just serve the Liberian people the way possible. Yes, I also love to say, Uncle Sam, it's good having you, Chief. As always, thank you. We missed you yesterday, by the way, but here you are. The 1 year anniversary, same President Barker put his right hand up and say, I do solemnly swear that I will uphold and protect. And here we are, 1 year. The rest of the guys coming, it's going to be a wonderful show today. A lot of missteps, but notwithstanding, we're still looking for that one good. And I would say what the angel told Abraham, if I found but one, if I found but two, if I found but three, I will save Sodom and Gomorrah. And he couldn't. The angel couldn't. They couldn't. And therefore Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. So I hope we can see but 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe but 5 good things within this government that this government can be proud of. And I want all Liberians to listen to us, everyone home and abroad. If you can give us but 5 good things, but 4 good things, but 3 good things, maybe, and only maybe, we will still be having hope. And that's what makes the show interesting today. We will be joined by the EFF CIC Emmanuel Gangwa. I hope I'm pronouncing his name well. He will be coming to contribute likewise. Again, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Welcome, Uncle Sam.
Thank you very much, Stanton. It's going into fall now here in South Africa. The weather in the southern hemisphere is like the opposite of where you guys are. So when it's summer here, it's winter over there, and vice versa. So I had a family day yesterday, but today is a very important day in the history of Liberia. This is year 1, exactly year 1 of the Joseph Jima Barker administration. And it's been a rough year. It's been a year of disappointment, been a year of hope. But from my perspective, there are so many things that were missed, so many things that should have been done. But it's left for the Liberian people. I mean, they need to answer this question. Are you better off today than you were 1 year ago? Are you better fed? Are you healthier? Are we more united? Are your children in school? They're getting good nutrition? Is the country on the right trajectory? That's a question for you. I have made my position very clear that President Joseph Nyewa Boakai came to power with a lot of optimism. I mean, the people, Emmanuel, you remember, on that Sunday when it rained all day, and I saw the mothers, the fathers, the children, the aunts, and the uncles standing in knee deep in that dirty water, feces infested water. Has the government done good by these people? And I don't believe they've done good by these people, but it's left up to the people to decide. But from where I sit, I think the government is struggling. It's struggling. And one of the things I hope they can begin this year with is unity, because the country is not united. It's just is just teetering. I mean, everywhere you look, whether it's DEA, whether it's NSA, whether it's the police, whether it's LTA, just LEC, everywhere. There's so many challenges. But I don't bet against my own country, so I'm still very optimistic. But it is not looking good in the first year of the Joseph Boakai administration.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Well, you say it is not looking good. We're going to dig deeper. We want to say to all of you, listen, guys, just share the show. Invite your loved ones. Listen, we got a lot of information coming to you today. It's troubling. And that's why we have Emmanuel Gankwe here. It is troubling. It is to a place of frustration. It is to, Emmanuel, you didn't send me the number, by the way, if you can text it to me. It is to a place of frustration. I don't know what's going on. Those of you live in Liberia and outside of Liberia, I mean, how did we get here, man? Those are some of the questions we ask. People in the government are frustrated. People begin to wonder and say, what's going on with President Boakai? I mean, you begged for 1 year, but we're passing the 1 year mark and there's nothing. But what are some of the things that this president achieved since he took over? What are some of the things? What are some of the things that we can be proud of? What are some of the things that you want us to boast about? What are some of the things, my Liberian people, I want you to hear and hear well. What are some of the 1 year accomplishment? Something new that was done by this president. I mean, did we make a mistake by voting in Joseph Yema Boakai? I mean, the Stanton asked you to vote and regretting? I mean, don't get us wrong. George Weah didn't do any better. That's why we came to you. But why is the president, that everywhere you turn and in every corner, why is the president just not living up to his promises? I mean, we can name them. Why is the president just ignoring the Liberian people? Why is the president just cherry picking? Who are you going to fire today? Who are you going to suspend tomorrow? Who are you going to keep, though the GAC report is very clear? Why is the president just, I mean, what's in the mind of Joseph Yema Boakai? Why is the president just only siding with his family and friends that going down to say we are the big boss, we are back now? And that's what makes the show interesting. Listen, I'm on no side. I'm not. I am on the Liberian people's side. No political side. Because if we champion you, we fought for you, guess what happened? If you do not listen, we're going to tell the Liberian people. We have to report to the Liberian people. Can't you imagine 1 year in this government, under the leadership of Joseph Yema Boakai as president, the Capitol building got burned. 1 year in this government. 1 year in this government, the increase in drugs and the increase in Zogos. Joseph Boakai said, I will champion this on day one. The president have detoured on his promises. So we happy that you joining us. Share our show. Listen, don't measure yourself and say, oh, George Weah did it. I don't want to hear that. Because he did it, we remove him. Don't tell me that it was done 100 years ago. We are talking about the fierce urgency of now. We are talking about now, the condition, now. And that's what we say, may God save our state. That's although we are tired. Uncle Sam say it's late. It's late on my time. I'm tired, not too well, but we must come. Fadiga must come every evening believing the goodness of this government, but he must come. He stayed till 12 a.m., 1 p.m. because we availed ourselves to this cause. Because of you, we are here. Emmanuel Gangwe, he's here. Abula Mame will be here. Gibson Jeru, Akaris Mose Gray, Governor Clinton, Dr. Richardson, our sister Glennie, Jackie Sumter pop in, Mo Ali, everybody want to come because of the love we have, some of us have for country, not for a political leader. So may God save our state. May God bless us. May God strengthen us. And never get worried. Never get worried. Never get tired of fighting a corrupt system. Never. I want to welcome Emmanuel. Emmanuel, it's good to have you. Welcome our brother Fadiga. It's good to have you. To the rest of the guys join us. Emmanuel, again, thank you for joining us today, my friend.
Thank you so much, CEO. Thank you for the invitation.
I mean, what's on your mind? And then we'll go to Fadiga. We'll get the people involved today because it's the 1 year anniversary since President Barker took the oath of office. So we'll get the people involved. What's on your mind?
Well, thank you once again, CEO. Thank you for the invitation. I'm sitting in the seat trying to reflect, especially so during the runoff election, when Honorable Yeke Koluba, George Kalano, myself, and others practically invaded the Spoon network that night because we were in and out of Monrovia trying to protect the voice of the people. So I'm just
we get a bad feedback from you. Can Damo check it out? Yeah, we get a bad feedback. So
it's okay?
No, something is happening. Maybe there's a cell phone on or something that I interrupted with the frequency.
Is it coming from the studio?
Yes, because everybody else muted.
Okay, so maybe I need to put my phone on the airplane mode.
Yeah, maybe just lower the volume. Maybe I think that's your phone if it's ringing. Now, while you do that, let me bring in Fadiga. Fadiga, welcome to the show, my brother.
Thank you, Stanton. It's always nice to be back here. And Emmanuel, Happy New Year, my brother. I haven't seen you for some time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Are we just giving what's on our mind?
Yeah, hold on. I think, okay. Let me pause down till they get it ready. So let me hear you say something, Fadiga. Maybe.
Hello.
Yeah, so you go, Fadiga. Go ahead. What's on your mind? Let's give you your own 2 minutes. Then maybe Emmanuel will be better to come in and finish up.
Well, I have so much on my mind. I can't believe that it has been 1 year. This is the longest I've been in Liberia since being out of the country for over 20 plus years. It's great. I mean, I didn't believe that I will stay this long, but the more I see the challenges, the more I see the need. I've been around, and it's also been 100 years since our dynamic president took office. A lot of things, good things going on in the country. I see the infrastructure, road maintenance, road completion, major highway, in the healthcare. The MCC was just in Liberia trying to get an office. So a lot is going on around the country, and I hope sometime in the show we get a chance to highlight some of those gains. I mean, there has been some shortcomings. There have been some false starts, but nothing is perfect. Certainly, when you look at the enormity of the challenges we have in this country, it would take our lifetime to complete some, especially one that has been exacerbated by the last 6 years of a lack of accountability, bad governance. And now we have to fix that and stop the bleeding and then start on our own own development agenda. It's a tough thing, but I like that we have a steady hand behind the wheel, someone that knows what he wants for this country. We, his lieutenant, just need to buckle up and get the ball rolling. But we have a commander-in-chief that knows what he wants. We just need to make it happen.
Thank you very much, Fadika. Let's try you again. Iman, let's try you. Can you say something?
Yeah, so I think it's better off.
Yes, thank you.
It's better off. So, like I said, I'm just in the studio reflecting down on the day we invaded your station. Yake Koluba, George Kalano, and myself. We were taking, the tour, protect your votes, and so it'll be a challenging 1 year. All has not been rosy. I think there are missed opportunity in the 1 year. There are things we should have done correctly that we failed to do. There are things that we disappointed the Liberian people on. So it'll be a challenging 1 year, but I think there's still hope, to embrace a new future, provided, like I said today, provided the government, especially so the executive mansion, is prepared to rectify some of the mistakes, that involve the entire administration. If we don't rectify the mistake, I don't see a successful government. If they rectify some of the mistakes that happened in the first year, there could be hope to a government that will stand up, for what they campaign for. Other than that, I'm sorry, nothing is going to change.
So let's start with you, Iman, also because you have some partnership in this Sussex collaboration. So I'd really like to start with you. And again, guys, so all of you out there, thank you for joining us. Please share the show. This Ace the Spoon Talk. We'd love to have you. We'd love to have your comments. It's only fair that we listen to you. I want to start with you, Emmanuel Gangwa, EFFLCIC. Name me 3 achievements you call achievement 1 year into this government. Major achievement 3.
So,
why are you laughing? Why you laughing like that? The listen to you, by the way. Everybody's sharing the show, guys. Please share the show on YouTube and on Facebook. Fabric, Super Spoon. Everybody, I want you to listen to Emmanuel. He's there. He was the man. He is the man. He came with the EFL. They chased people on the low-fi. He supported the government like Joseph Yimabwaka like we did. Name it 3 to 5 major achievements. It's all yours.
Basically, I will talk about perhaps I will be hypothetical in my naming of success. Perhaps the MCC scorecard could be one achievement. The other achievement is the branding of the country image. I think to some extent the president has succeeded in branding the country image to once again get the country respected among the community of nations. I think he succeeded in doing that. The last will be a little bit around, a rule of law, trying to once again give hope to the justice system. I think that's the only 3 things I can mention for now. I can't remember any other thing that will beat the 3.
All right, so you stop at 3.
I stop at 3.
4 stop.
4 stop.
You're not thinking about anything else.
I got nothing to think about right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gave Emmanuel the chance to give us 3 to 5. He said he's stopping at 3. Listen, everybody here to talk their own. He said a little bit of rule of law. I don't know whether rule of law have a little bit, but that's what you said. The MCC scorecard and the re-imaging of the country, within the region and international space as well. Uncle Sam, name it. We're talking about achievement, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, we're talking about achievement. Name it 3 to 5 achievement of any that you know of, sir.
So let me just correct my dear brother, who I love dearly. You know, my son.
Well, we're not there to correct each other. Yeah, I'm asking for your own achievement.
No, but I think it's important
I did.
it's important for the public to know that the MCC
When we
compact.
come to it, Uncle Sam, we already registered.
Let me just correct that. It's not an achievement. It's not an achievement. I think it's important for us to know that.
I will give you the chance for you to respond to him. Name me your achievement, Uncle Sam. Let's take it step by step.
The achievement I see at lawlessness, right? Number one, lawlessness. I mean, look at me. They increased zoofication of the country. Look at the fracas at the LDEA. No, and I see basically, you know, legislative chicanery, removal of the speaker by a bunch of renegade lawmakers. Let's just be very frank, ladies and gentlemen, my Liberian people. When you are sitting in a studio and you cannot come up with one significant, inarguable achievement of an administration that is quantifiable in any of the economic sectors. Let's look at fiscal. Let's look at real. Let's look at the monetary sector. The rate is skyrocketing. It's over 200, right? Let's look at the real sector. GDP growth, 5%. 5% GDP growth is mostly from the extractive sector. Gold exports 672 million in 2023 will be over 700 million in 2024. B Mountain is opening a cement factory.
We're just asking for the achievement now. We'll go into it. I know you read it. I know.
Recklessness.
You name your achievement. Yes. You say lawlessness, recklessness, increased Zogos, LDA, removal of speaker. Do you have any other?
It's difficult. Ask the people on the street. Don't ask me. I mean, I'm in the Ivory Tower. I'm all the way here, 4,000, nearly 5,000 miles from Liberia. But what I can see in the outspokenness of the Liberian people, over there in Soniwe, okay, the infestation that you said the city was so dirty that you will begin to clean the drainage, the Sony drainage, where I was born. You haven't begun to do that.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in. Thank you, Uncle Sam. I'm going to bring in Fadiga. We're going to give our best, and on a serious note, folks, we're going to have some serious conversation here. Fadiga, 3 to 5 achievement within this 1 year of this government.
Well, the government has several achievements, whether big or small. They're scattered all over the place. Look, one of the most important, we got that we're all being selected for the Millennium Challenge Pack. I just want to go down to where we met this country and what are some of the things that I see. Something that we all take for granted, security. I think Emmanuel said something about us being back among Committee on Nation, our respect. A lot of goodwill from foreign countries coming to this country. Look, when I came to this country about 3 years ago, there was several Liberians that couldn't stay up in the night. By 5 o'clock, everybody was going. The president said we should have solar CCTV. People are staying up late. But just on the phone, look at infrastructure. Look at roads. Look around the city. Just look around the city. The city, the beautification of the city. The city is cleaner than it has been in how many years? Uncle Sam, come back to Monrovia and see how clean the city has become. It's not perfect, but we see people working diligently to electrify the city. Look, I'm talking about belly button issues that are dear to the heart of the mind of the Nigerian people. Potholes. Someone said there were 4,000 or 400 potholes in the place. Come around the city and see what you will see. I'm not saying that they're all gone, but look at the Bapa. Look at all the places. Potholes are gone. Agriculture. The president just unveiled the arrest agenda. Look, when it comes to governance, it's not like you're going to wave a magic wand and everything going to change overnight. Uncle Sam, you know it. You know the enormity of the challenges that we have here. You don't have to.
Are you done with your 3 to 5, or you still naming them?
Let me tell you something. I've named multiples. You know, the Millennium Challenge Group. You're talking
about that already.
Yeah. So how many have I named now? 4 or 5.
Potholes. You say potholes.
You call potholes as achievement.
Agriculture.
You name agriculture.
What's the output?
When Uncle Sam, let's give him a chance. I beg you, Uncle Sam.
Agriculture, infrastructure. Okay. You were just praising Lutaya for doing an
okay. So thank you, Mr.
I'm listening order now.
I got them. We heard you. You say MCC security, community of nations, something, infrastructure, roads, clean city, beautification of the city, agriculture, potholes. You want to add to it, or should we move on now?
Salary on time. People are getting paid on time.
Salary that achievement.
Again. Those are things, you know, and we achieve a major campaign promise, war and economic crimes. That's one of the biggest things.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have Fadika, Uncle Sam, and Emmanuel Gangwe. While the other people will be joining us, we want to talk about this 1-year anniversary since our President Barker put his right hand up. What are some of your achievements you are observing in your community? What are you hearing? Are you happy? Since President Barker took over, what is happening in your district? What is happening in your county? Are you okay with the working of this government? Are you getting there yet, or have you arrived? So I'll go over it. Our brother Emmanuel said a little bit of rule of law. I don't know what he means, a little bit. You don't have a rule of law, you don't have a rule of law, period. But he said a little bit of rule of law. He said about the MCC compact, and he's talking about, you know, the country image. The same thing, Fadiga took all those 3 things and put it to himself and added 4 to it. Then Uncle Sam came out with lawlessness, recklessness, Zokos, LDA mishaps, and that of the removal of the speaker, and more. And Uncle Sam said a dirty city. So we are speaking to you today. Has anything changed since President Barker took over? Have there been any changes in your personal life, in your family life, in the country that you are seeing? If you're from Yucatan, has there been any changes though? Fadiga says salary on time. They have increased 7. Everybody working. Are you working? Do you have jobs? Are you making money? Can you go to the office and come back at the end of the month? You take your pay, your children in school? Since the government took over 1 year, Fadiga said everybody getting paid. The government have increased its jobs where the unemployment is very low. It means that a lot of people the government are hiring. Are you working? You not living in Funde. Are you working? If you're a teacher, are you taking pay on time? Is your children sitting on chairs in the classroom? The blackboard's good? What about those in Bokolon today? River says, River G. Those of you that listen to us 1 year, are you better off than 1 year ago? That's the question. So I want to say thank you. Mr. Gongwe, let's come to you now and let's try to get into the conversation. Yeah. You talk about a little bit of rule of law. What you mean?
Well, at least, CEO, at least in the first 1 year, we have the police now apprehending people, getting people to go through the justice system properly. That's a sign of hope in terms of rule of law. Unlike the last 6 years, that was a very terrible situation for even people who consider themselves at the time as opposition, including me, you know, who practically got denied and slept in jail, you know, because I was not given the space to even make my own argument, or for my lawyer to make my argument and present my bond in court. Today, you have people being arrested. People can sit in Cote d'Ivoire and go through their lawyer, present a bond, and the court can accept their bond. So that's a little bit of hope. That's what I refer to as a little bit of rule of law. So there's a hope, there's a semblance of hope that the justice system is not working for all. The justice system is not working, for few group of people. That's what I refer to that situation as a little bit of rule of law.
Okay, so Uncle Sam, let me ask you, Uncle Sam, because we'll go to you next, Uncle Sam. Do you agree with Emmanuel Gongwe, a little bit of rule of law, or there's not?
Without due respect to my friend and comrade, my brother, economic empowerment guru, little bit of rule of law. I just want my Wata and my Mary and my Sheridan to watch the video of the motorcycle road that they caught at the junction of 72nd and Tubman Boulevard. They busted his head. That would be in the U.S. State Department Human Rights Report. That was not mob justice. It was an execution in broad daylight of a man who should have been presumed innocent. Have you heard about the indictment, the incarceration, the trial of that man? But you torturing people to admit to being arsonists at the Capitol. You torturing people to be arsonists. You're accusing an American citizen in Ohio of participating in arson when you don't have any evidence. The magisterial court in Vanjama City, that was torch. What has happened? I mean, has anybody been arrested? Is anybody in jail? Remind me. Tell me. You took somebody who was convicted but released from prison, and you don't care about the optics of it. You name that person to a board of directors of a public corporation in the midst of that uncertainty. Is that a rule of law? Is it a rule of law? Is it a rule of law on those three instances that I just mentioned? How many prisoners have been released on a general amnesty? People that cannot afford bail. Most of the prisoners at South Beach, a significant number of the prisoners at South Beach are people who are poor, who cannot afford bail. Cannot afford bail. Is that the President Boycott go to the prison compound in December for Christmas and let out non-violent offenders, people who owe people money and can't pay, people who broke small laws? Has he done that? Think about it, Fadiga. You are men believe in the rule of law. If you believe in the rule of law, you would temper mercy with justice.
Thank you.
By
Thank you,
going to
Uncle
that
Sam.
person. If
Uncle
you
Sam,
could free
thank you.
Laura Musu-Scott, if you could free Laura Musu-Scott by the Supreme Court, you should have gone there and granted clemency to non-violent
Uncle Sam, thank you
offenders.
very much. Thank you. A little bit of rule of law. Do you agree with Emmanuel Gongwe, Fadiga?
Well, I agree with. Look, let me tell you something. Some of the problem is a national problem. It's a Liberian problem. This is something that we inherited. It has been passed down. The rule of law in Liberia. Let us not forget that we went through a brutal civil war, and we have a lot of people that are still going through post-traumatic stress disorder and other different psychological and mental problems. So that can explain why some of the things we have to do with lawlessness. But as far as holding people accountable, can you compare this current IG with the last IG? No. Greg has shown that he's not only competent, but he's a stand-up guy. And the national police, even though it is the JMB police now, it is different. You cannot measure the two. So when he say a little bit of rule of law, it depends on what. Because in order to get it in 100%, there are a lot of things that need to be changed. It comes with some of the challenges that are national. It got nothing to do with this government. Some of those things that we have unresolved issue. So yeah, I do agree with him partly. But we have done a lot of work when it comes to rule of law.
So let me ask you a question, Emmanuel, because we're going to finish with your lineup. We're going to go to Uncle Sam and that of our brother Fadiga.
Uncle Sam has spoken. I've not spoken.
My man, finish, man.
No, you didn't ask me one question.
Wait, Fadiga, stop. The one question I asked Uncle Sam, that the same question I asked you just answer, it was about the rule of law. We are taking the one.
Was that the same question you asked Uncle Sam?
Yes, sir. About a little bit of rule of law. Just pay attention. You'll follow the show. Let me go back to you and give you my own sense how I think about this rule of law. I think the government, through the president, he's not proceeding well when you talk about rule of law. Rule of law is not about a little bit. Emmanuel, my brother, you talk about a little bit of rule of law. Was it a rule of law for this government to turn over Liberian Guinean national to the junta? Is that a form of little bit of rule of law you're talking about? Let's have some serious conversation here. Did this suppress? No, let me ask you all my question. Now, there you get on, because under the rule of law, did it suppress his human rights? Did it suppress his right as a Liberian? Did it just violate everything according to the court that we want the living body of these three guys, and the government in the middle of the night at 4 a.m. they turn them over to the Guinean junta?
Let me be very clear on this. I'm not an official spokesperson of the national security apparatus or the government.
None of us are, but we are having a discussion.
I want to make that clear because the government position could be very different. But there are bilateral arrangements. We cannot, because of the classifications of the matters we are talking about, we cannot practically say the details of what transpired behind closed door that resulted to the government turning over another person, to the Guinean junta. There could be some sort of security arrangement. There could have been some sort of security information that could have forced the country into chaos that resulted to the government making that decision. I'm not certain that is exactly what happened, but I'm saying there could have been some kind of security-related information that resulted to the government making that decision. I may not be right.
You talk about a little bit of rule of law, but let me finish up my time.
Yeah. So, but CEO, 1 minute, you're coming, but you cannot look at that situation alone and practically say that the government is not proceeding.
I'm building up to a little bit of rule of law. Should I build up? Can I build up to a little bit of rule of law? Thank you. Number one, honor this government, honor this administration, honor President Bouakai. He turned over like 3 Liberians to the Guinean junta. While the sitting court, the court requested them to be turned over to the lawyer. If you say, well, that was a classified information, right? But the court should have access to all classification. The judge decision was bring those individuals to court. On the day, President Bouakai and his national security team turned them over. Is that the rule of law we are talking about? That you can be picked up? No, you might not give me a chance now. My man, you told me, let me talk about that you can be picked up, that you can be picked up in the morning and be turned over to any government because it's a national security issue. What the court that protecting your human rights said, do not turn Emmanuel Gongoi over. But then the president and his team say, to hell with the court. Is that the rule of law you are talking about? Now, let me go to step 2. So we are on a little bit, and I like how you put it, you say a little bit of rule of law. Let's go to step 2. When rule of law apply, when the Supreme Court told the president about the LTS situation, the president said, I respect you guys. But yet indeed, the president went ahead The president went ahead to suspend all of them and took action against the Supreme Court decision. Is that the little bit of rule of law you are talking about here? I guess so many of them are going to listen. Let's do it one at a time because the others got to speak.
Listen, I'm prepared to face you one step at a time. I'm going to face you one step at a time. What I'm saying to you, Santa, the issue of the Supreme Court with LTA, that's what I said to you in my intro. There were mixed opportunities.
Oh, so that when I little bit of rule of law, I missed opportunity.
All right, I qualified my statement. I said there were a little bit of rule of law. I qualified my statement. I'm not saying there's 100% rule of law. I also said to you, Santa, there were mixed opportunity. There were low-hanging fruit.
No, we'll come to the missed opportunity. Let's see what the rule of law. I won't bring the other guys in. I got so many of them. Do you think those missed opportunity you're talking about, this president, this government broke the aspect of rule of law in the country?
That's what I said to you. There were a little bit of rule of law. So the government made some mistakes, and then they succeeded in some area. So because it's a government that just came to power, the anxiety, wanted to leave.
So that is excuse that the anxiety. If the government having anxiety, the government should go take Ativan. Ativan is a drug that would decrease your anxiety.
I continue to say there were mistakes, there were missed opportunity. But if you look at the whole situation of the justice system, you cannot compare what we have now to what we had a few months ago. 1 year ago, we were in a mess.
So lastly. So the comparison here is that Joe did 80%, but you comfortable that Joseph Boakai doing 60%. That's how you want us. That's what you want us to believe.
Come again.
Joe did 80%, but Joseph Boakai doing 60%, and you're comfortable. That's your comfort zone.
No. When we're talking about rule of law in this context, doing a comparative analysis between the Weir administration and the Boakai administration, I would say Weir is somewhere around 40% and Boakai is somewhere around 60%.
No, I'm talking about from the higher end. From the higher end, that's what I'm talking. Listen, I'm just saying to you and to everyone out there.
We are not comfortable because somebody is doing 40, somebody doing 60. We should not be comfortable at that.
Okay, so at least you got a message. Let's go to the next point, and we'll welcome our brother Vendetta Patrick. Let's welcome Vendetta Patrick on. We are talking about the achievement. From then we're going to talk about the misstep, like you say, Emmanuel Gongo, and the other bad things that happened in this government in 1 year. Okay, you talking about the achievement, the rule of law. Listen to me and my brother Vendetta Patrick. Welcome to the show. It's more than a missteps. It's more than a misstep. But let's listen to Vendetta Patrick. Since you came in, Vendetta, take us to where we are. Name me 3 to 5 achievements in 1 year that this government have accomplished. Very quick, sir.
I think first and foremost on the domestic front, the government has managed to erase fear. I see some level of responsibility. People with governmental understanding, and it has erased to some extent some level of fear in the first 1 year to some extent. But I still see that apparently they have become oblivious with the arrest and subsequent disappearance of prisoners and illegal extradition. There are a few missteps, but for some of us, as we go around the country, we see people not having that express fear that something will happen to them. So I see that they are trying a little bit to restore that confidence that you can live in the country. Freedom of expression, even though it's not 100%, I see to some level that critical media institutions They are operating. They have not yet been shut down. I have not heard any report that they will be shut down. Another thing I see is the road construction. I must state clearly that there is a very good beginning, even though the Ministry of Public Works, they still have to account to us about that $22 million, what happened to that. But they are taking some decisive steps to ensure that what they promise in terms of road construction, they are on the right footing, and I have explicit trust in the Deputy Minister for Technical Services in the Southeast and in Lofa. And right now, the other day I was driving towards Bomi. I see an indication that work will start. Rabos International Airport, I see that the guys are picking oil. Apparently, they were sleeping. That's one. Two, they are trying in terms of having some control. I'm saying trying, because it's still too soon to grade the government that they are doing 100%. I want this to be very clear. Before we leave from here, they make graded to the government and the government doing no. I'm only saying that there are some signs that something good will happen, except they change otherwise. Like, for example, with respect to the action taken by the president when it came to this political commodity rise and gas, when the former Minister of Commerce had a meeting, the president stepped in as much as things are not okay, but the staple food, it has not reached to a point where people stay online to say there's no rise in the market and the prices are high. It's still fluctuating, but I think there are some steps. Lastly, I think also that there is a little bit of what should I say, like talk shows. Let me just say talk shows. People who lambast and critique, we've not, I stand to be corrected, they have not been personal threat to say when you talk again, we'll take you for safekeeping. So people, critical voices are on the media and they enjoy that freedom, except that something happened, I don't know. So for me, I think these are a few things.
And thank you very much for that, Patrick. Uncle Sam, I'm going to come to you. We'll go to our brother Fadika. I think let's finish up with we heard everybody. Uncle Sam, let's just jump into it. I shouldn't go line by line, but I would also like to finish up with this little bit of rule of law. I think it's so bad for us to operate on this, because I think the government, when you talk about rule of law, the government failed within this 1 year, period. There's nothing you can show and say, because, well, the people are not scared no more. Rule of law, we have the Kenjo shooting. The police did the shooting. The police investigated themselves. The police vindicated themselves. And that's the rule of law my brother Emmanuel wants us to believe. Rule of law. Rule of law. Cause they kept a building to burn down. That's the rule of law my brother wants us to believe. Rule of law today cost $34 million to go through the University of Liberia. And up to date, it wasn't open for 1 whole year. That's rule of law. We can name them. Rule of law caused the army wife to stage a protest, and the whole country was under lockdown. We can go ahead and name them. So if you want to tell me, we come to you. Okay, say go ahead. The man I left for me to talk, and that's why I let you first. Not ready to tell you, call me up. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
So, if you want to talk about who had the greatest impact on the rule of law and security, it has to be George Weah. Why? Put on your thinking cap. Everybody, put your thinking cap on. In 2017, there was a complete drawdown of United Nations mission in Liberia UNMIL. We didn't have UNMIL soldiers. We didn't have UNMIL security officers. We didn't have UNMIL in the court system. we need to have the international community running our election for our democracy. Our democracy was protected by Liberians. That's rule of law. That is the epitome of the rule of law. When a sitting president loses in an African country, in what I call a banana republic, by 20,000 votes, and he surrendered to the likes of Fadiga and others who will go and prosecute and chase us down, and we gave you surrender power to you, that's rule of law. Let me tell you what is not the rule of law. When you wake up early in the morning, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, you take a fake search warrant from a Fiamomo court in West Point, pretending that you have a legitimate search warrant, and go near the headquarters of the most powerful political organization in the country, and you chase the people, you run them out of there, and there are riots in the streets that have Monrovia turned upside down because of the illegality of the police. That's not rule of law.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Let me bring our brother Fadiga, the Honorable Fadiga. Talk to us, my friend.
Uncle Sam, let me start with first off with Stanton. Stanton,
please be audible, Fadiga.
Yeah, let me start. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I don't know why you get honorable to your name.
I'm honorable, actually. But I would say this. Stanton, I think you're confusing this whole rule of law thing. Let's start with the army wives. A group of women, for whatever reason, took siege of the capital. This government being responsible. I don't know what you mean rule of law. I don't know what you mean we should brutalize our fellow citizens, our mothers, and send police to go and beat them up. If that's what you call rule of law, then I don't think it was going to happen. The government was very proactive. They engaged them. They wanted it to have escalated. It didn't escalate. They then Prince Johnson resigned for that incident, and it was resolved peacefully. Look, a lot of us went through a trauma in this country, and you have to be very careful how you deal with our people. Being a responsible government, the way we handle it is a little different from what you used to see in the last 6 years. So I think the government did a very excellent job there. So when you started rule of law, government can prevent people from throwing stones. There will always be opposition. There will be people like Uncle Sam and Akaras Gray and how to call Azedo that will come here and incite violence, do everything to score political point. For them, the failure of this government is how they're going to come back to power. But we have focused on moving ahead to complete some of our campaign promises and restore hope in this country again. And you can see, like Vadala said, that hope has been restored. When you say we rescue this country, look, this country, people used to go to bed at 4, 5 p.m. in the evening. Emmanuel, you were here, you know it. When I used to come in the country, the night life was almost dead. Everybody was going home. Now, people stay up in the street 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. until in the morning. Ask anybody, even people from the other camp. They will say it, Stanton. You talking it. I'm living it. I've been in Liberia 1 year. So nobody can tell me about this country anymore because I'm a living testimony. I'm a living witness. You go out, our people. Look, when have this country ever been sweet? We have always had problems. But at least we have stabilized the bleeding. Now we are moving ahead now to start solving those problems. So when you say a little bit of rule of law, you want to equate it to army wives or 1 or 2 things. No government is perfect. Even in the United States, do you know the March on Wall Street? They pepper spray people. They beat people. Police kill people in the greatest democracy in the world. And then you want to come compare it to Liberia? It's not happening here. Police not brutalizing people, randomly pepper spraying people when people use peaceful protests like they had on Wall Street. Google it. And, let us compare, do side by side comparison with the greatest democracy in the world. And you want to talk about it? Look at rule of law. Pimping Rada. They successfully removed those guys from on the street and made them to wear helmet when they were running all riot without one person getting killed. People thought that there will be noise. People tried to politicize it. Nothing happened. People tried to inflame the situation. The vice president and the elders of the country sat down and engaged our citizens peacefully.
Thank you.
That is the rule of law.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Fadiga. It's good to have you, and it's good to have. I think, Fadiga, I don't know where in Liberia you live in. Is this a problem that when you live at the executive mansion, you don't see clearly? The most recent protests prior to that from the CDC compound, protests other places that led to people, the police killed individual at the Kenjo. Protests other places at the CDC compound that people was wounded. Protests at the Capitol. Give me a chance now. And we're talking one at a time. Mama talking can inflame you guys. Protests other places, and we get the video, we get everything. And you go, that's why when you live in the executive mansion, you don't see what's going on in Newtown, in Clarendon, in West Point, because you are surrounded by securities for the guy. You want to go out in the night because you got 5 securities guys with arms protecting you. So you are free to go out. Other people, they are not free. They do not afford directors and ministers going to Calabash and other places because they get men with arms, long rifle, protecting them. That's why they say the country is sweet. If the country is sweet, go out and don't take your security with you. I always go to work, Uncle Sam. My office, the gentleman that replaced Buck Mandela, right? He was a representative, a congressman, now he's a senator. My office, his district office is right by my office of the JFK building. Everybody know that, Uncle Sam. That man will walk because the parking space on the other side, he will walk alone. No security. No one person walking with him. He will meet you in the parking lot and ask you how you doing, how your children. You will sit down and talk for 5 minutes, he will get in your car and go. Congressman! The next time you see the man on TV, no security. When last have you seen Fadiga in Calabash without security? Or your ministers and director there? That's how come they say the country is sweet. No. If the country is sweet, I dare you to get out there in the middle of the evening. Hold on, Fadiga, my talk shouldn't inflame you.
I'm driving myself around. I don't have a driver anymore.
Fadiga, I beg you, we're doing it because we got to go to Fadela Padre and Honorable Grave. Guys, you got to stop this nonsense. Not nonsense to you, Fadiga. I'm saying nonsense in general. Because this is not fair for our people. You can go out there because you get 3 black cars escorting you. You get armed men in those cars protecting you. When you sit at your restaurant in the middle of the night, you get men with rifle over you, looking over your shoulder. A common man, and my brother from Della Patrick, he got to be looking over his shoulder because he has no armed men. So it's the difference, Fadiga. That's why you say the country is sweet. That's why you, Fadiga, say the country is sweet. That's why other people can say the country is sweet. But what about the common man? The country is not sweet. May God save our state. I'm going to bring in from Della Patrick and welcome to the show the Honorable Moses Zacharias Gray. VP, speak to us, and then we'll move on to the next one because we got to talk about this thing. You spoke already, VP, so I'm sorry. Let me just bring in.
No. It's on the rule of law. I didn't touch on that. Let me just say something quickly.
Go ahead, my brother.
I think the government fair flag on the rule of law, there's nothing to circumvent about that. And mistakes are not allowed to be made. When they are made, they should be accepted and corrected. There are a series of incidences. And interestingly, rule of law, arrest is part of your platform. No, Fadiga, in as much as you are trying, but the expectation of the Liberian people compared to what the government achieved with respect to the rule of law, the expectation of the Liberian people did not exceed what they expected from the government. People were arrested, imprisoned, over there they were extradited. the King George situation, the same people that did the act, the one that nobody have been charged. That's wrong. The illegal removal of the speaker today is still haunting us. Nobody governs in chaos. Illegal arrests of some critical people. I made it very clear. I say, look, sometimes if I were a police officer, I would not arrest certain people. I don't want them to score political mark on me. But you fell into the trap. Mistakes were made. For example, look at the 10 new positions. LTA, for example. You know, you claim that these people, they were hooked in the other report. And as such, they're supposed to restitute every penny stolen. But now, I'm told that almost 500,000 is being presented to settle these people that you claim criminally looted state resources, but you want to settle them. They have not been prosecuted, nothing. On the executive mansion website, for example, the president appointed people, some people from the executive mansion say they will not take positions. Some of them are listening to the show. This decision, please, or follow the other one. If you are appointed after 2 days, 3 persons appointed to one position because some people did not respect presidential power. The president appoints somebody from the office of the president. Then in no time, almost about 2015 of them, they are not taking positions. So that was an abuse of authority, abuse of the rule of law. You did not achieve anything in that. On the other one, like I said, I can say clearly that you set a very good footing to achieve. But this one, you gave no signal that you will even protect lives and property. You gave no signal that even people within your corridor, they will have something to believe that this is rule of law. So for me, you fell flat on this one. And like I said, mistakes are not allowed to be made. They should be accepted and corrected. What I would encourage the government to do is to admit, let me say this, admittance to wrongdoing is not a justification that you don't have the intentionality to correct them. But when it is white and everybody see it as white, you deny it, then it becomes a problem. It becomes an intellectual provocation. And this is not what you are here for. Accept it. That yeah, we have some fundamental mistakes. But what are the steps that we have taken to correct those mistakes? Beginning this year, this is what we are doing. I see that the Ministry of Justice is about to issue, pickups to public defenders. I think
Patrick, thank you very much. Let me bring in our correspondent, Gray. Folks, we expecting to have some breaking news. I believe if it is true, NSA is carrying on the operation, the Liberian National Security, to make some arrest. Okay, we will update you. We are receiving some breaking news that some arrests, major arrests, probably going to be made today or tomorrow, and we're keeping our eyes on it. Welcome to the show. Let's talk about the 1 year progress of this government, if there is any. Honorable Gray.
Yeah, basically, no achievement by the government. To argue that the government achieved is to first look at the manifesto of the government, the commitment during the campaign period, and also the agenda of the government, the arrest agenda. If you just look at the nomenclature of arrests in the South, the government defaulted. The oldest dilemma of a government is the maintenance of law and order. That's the oldest dilemma of any governance process in the world. As a student, this government has not been able, not only are they in flagrant violation of the rule of law, but they've not been able to maintain law and order. What do I mean by that? There are uncountable reports of mysterious death, not only mysterious death, but people who died, unexplained death also. Extrajudicial killing. Almost every week, someone will die mysteriously or unexplained death. The police has not been able to bring the perpetrators to justice. The police has
Sure, you're
not
not
been
talking about
able.
the last government.
The police has not been
Let
able
me give
to.
Honorable Gray a chance. My brother, you will speak, please.
The police has
That's
not
not
been able
confused.
to adjudicate all of the deaths because their administration created a kind of a thing that every death under the CDC-led administration was a result of the government killing those people. The only adjudication that I know the police has done was from the past administration that they concur with the report on the missing boys, I quote unquote from the funeral home involvement. Okay, that's the only thing they confirmed the report from the CDC-led administration. But all of the mysterious death under this administration, the unexplained death, the killing of all people, the extrajudicial killing that Fanada just alluded to in terms of King Jaw, they've not been able to provide any explanation. Not only that, but the number of fire disaster in Liberia has increased than any government in the last 1 year. The government is yet to provide to the public explanation on the cause of the fire disaster across the country. Almost every week or every 2 weeks, some home will get burned, whether it's a result of selling petroleum products on the sidewalks, whether it's a result of faulty electrical problem, whether that candle or whether that lantern, they've not been able to provide explanation on such. The next thing is that if you look at the arrest agenda, people are just talking. I mean, the government needs more capable people to defend the government or explain to the public. Look at what the T is tourism. Look at the budget for tourism. The government has done zero in terms of the performance and upward in tourism. Even when they were having the program in Raosport, where they brought the surfers to the country, the government were begging people to contribute because they had nothing in the budget line. And the 100,000 that they contributed towards the Ministry of Information, according to, I think that's the Deputy Assistant Minister who broke away, said that they divided that money amongst themselves. Okay, so the government failed on tourism when the president submits a major bill on his agenda on tourism. The president reintroduced the bill on tourism that I introduced along with Edwin Bevin Snow. It stayed in committee room after 1 year. There's no landmark legislation the last 1 year by the government under the Unity Party-led administration. Unlike the CDC 1 year legislation, you spoke about the issue of the Land Rare Act. You spoke of the issue of the Local Governance Act. You spoke of the issue of decriminalizing the anti-free speech law. Okay, and looking at the component of revenue generation in our country and amendments, this government can show, because the government cannot show, any landmark legislation in the last 1 year. The landmark legislation by this government should have been when the president spoke in the State of the Nation address and said one important thing. He said, well, tourism is of concern. And in his legislation, he presented that bill. He reintroduced the bill that we introduced, okay, because he borrowed it. Now, the bill is yet to be passed. So what's the legislative agenda of the Unity Party-led government in fulfillment of the State of the Nation in 1 year time? What's the legislation that they passed, the president's legislative agenda? Okay.
Let me interrupt you. It's good. I beg you, Colonel Gray. It's good to see our sister Glennie. We will be calling Foco. We are receiving some information. He just called me that the Liberia security forces on their way to his house to arrest him. They are on the way to his home in Lakwasi to arrest him. He just called me to inform me, and he would be calling shortly that we can speak to him. Dama, are you in studio?
Yes, I'm here.
Dama, can you please get the guys to, I think you see in the chat room, but we're going to, if you can get someone there, but we're going to speak to Foco shortly that we can do. So let me, I will ask you to say something real quick, Glennie, while we connect with Foco. He's calling, let's see if we can connect. Go ahead, Glennie.
So it's good to be on. There's quite a few developments today. I was reading Front Page Africa not too long ago, and I heard about the guys at NSA being fired by President Boyka. So I guess we're just here waiting. If this is new development for FOCO, then whatever the newspaper had carried yesterday and today that they were going to arrest him.
I know what you right there, Glenny. I have FOCO on the phone. Representative FOCO, welcome to Spoon Talk. You are live.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. How are you?
Good, all is well. I'm here. Everyone listen to you. Can you repeat what you told me? Are you confirming that the Liberia National Police or the national security of the country are on the way to arrest you tonight?
I mean, it's unconfirmed. I have not gotten any official call from any of the authorities from the Liberia National Police, neither or the NSA. But I mean, I just started getting random calls that the police or some security apparatus are on their way to my residence to arrest me. So, I opened all of the gates. I told all the securities to my house to open all of the gates. I'm not leaving my house. I'm sitting right on the steps. So if the police need me, I'm available. I'm a peaceful citizen. I don't need to be running away from my house. I don't need to be going anywhere. So I'm here waiting, open all of my gates, and I'm waiting for them to come and pick me up if the information is actually true.
Do you think the information is true?
Basically, you cannot overlook anything, but I don't think so, because when the police needed me before, the police called me, the police sent me text message through 103, and Colonel Gregory has my number, and all of the police authorities got my number. So, if anybody needs me, I'm not in hiding, I'm here, I've been available all of the time. So I'm very sure that if the police needs me, they will definitely call me. But again, our society is the kind of society that you don't overlook anything. So for this reason, as a peaceful citizen, I open my gate, I make sure all of my cameras are on. And if anybody needs me, they come and prepare tonight, to just give my hands. And they can move for me wherever they want to take me. But I'm not here to pull any resistance. I don't want citizens that want people coming to my house now. I'm telling everybody to go back home. And whatever the situation is, I'm available. But I'm here.
Okay, so we are here with Uncle Sam, Colonel Gray, Honorable Gray, Fadika, Vandana Patrick, Glendy, and that of Emmanuel Gunkwe. Were you expecting, the rumors were out there, people on social media say FOCO, Marvin Cole, Abu Kamar, Dixon Sivo, Fanatico, for you guys will be arrested. Is that something you are anticipating, that it may probably come before the showdown?
Basically, like I told you, the police and I, we've been working, we've been communicating. At no point in time, the police has invited me that I didn't show up. I have been working with them. I've been assisting them in their investigation as a person of interest, for which, as a law-abiding citizen, I should make myself available for that. So since then, I have not gotten further call from the police. So I believe in my mind, if there's any problem or if there's any other information, if there's any other decision, I believe that the police will communicate with me, or they will communicate with the leadership of the House of Representatives, or whatever way. So, there have been no threat. Yeah, I saw that on Facebook yesterday that, they were coming for me, but I have been very busy of recent, with my personal, my private life. I've been doing my personal stuff and other stuff. So I have not really been interested in what has just been out there in the public. Because I believe in my mind that if the police needs me, the police will call me like they have been doing in the past.
Have you spoken to your lawyer upon hearing the information that they're probably on the way?
No, trust me, I don't want to stress my lawyer over anything. I don't want to stress anybody. Like I told you, some people in my district residence, people are now pulling at my residence, and I keep telling them to go back home. I'm just tired with all these small things, and I'm seated right here in front of my house. If the information is true, whatever the case is, I'm going to shoot that into ACLA, and you will see everything on social media. But I'm very sure that, the information, it's just coming from, sometimes people create panic in the public. Some do these things. Sometimes people do these things to, there are just different reasons these things will happen. But again, as a peaceful citizen, I'm not leaving my house. This is my residence. I'm not leaving to go anywhere. I will be right here outside. In fact, tonight, for this reason, I'm just sitting on my porch. I'm not going anywhere until tomorrow morning. I'm waiting. If the police needs me, whatever the case is, if it is true, I'm here. They can take me wherever they want to take me. And whatever they want to do, they can go ahead. But I'm still very sure that I don't think that this is coming from the police, because I have been very cooperative.
And that's exactly why I appreciate you calling to clear this thing, whether it's on social media, rumors, whether if it is true. Then now we're speaking to the Father, and everyone listen to you. We are grateful. Uncle Sam, I would just go to you and you alone. You want to say anything? It's unconfirmed, and the person here focus saying that, well, you heard what he said, Uncle Sam.
Look, Stanton, this sort of haphazard, unprofessional approach to law enforcement got us to where we are. It got us to where we are. By this time, somebody from the police should be calling Safoko and saying, we're not arresting you, or want you to turn yourself in. They arrest a representative in the night? In the night? What country is it? They arrest you in the night? They can't wait for the next day? They can't tell you. Let me finish that term. It's important. By this time, I didn't listen to the program. The other police inspector, they should be calling and say, Safoko, go to bed. But here the man is saying, correct, he will be sitting down a post waiting for police. What kind of country are we evolving into so? Eh? Stop it, guys. You tell your police to back off, call a man lawyer to turn him in, or do something very civilized. Not to put the man on edge and have neighborhood guys coming in, and some thugs can get involved in that and upset public order. Just stop it, guys.
Thank you.
We're better than this.
Thank you. Because
I'm sorry for what is happening to you. I apologize as a Liberian citizen on behalf of Liberia for treating you in such a very bad way. You don't deserve it. Thank you very much.
Again, because we have to let go of Foko, the representative of District Number 9, it's good that you reach out, Honorable Foko. It's good that you can clear this and say it's unconfirmed. It's good that the nation is listening to you, but we expect you to call us back if anything changed. Thank you very much, sir. It's good having you.
Definitely I would do that. But like what Uncle Sam just said, I think one of the best things to do, once this kind of information circulating, social media, and it's everywhere, one of the best things I think the police can do, is to use their social media page, or also make a telephone call, also reach out, or even send security. Because I'm here now with all of my kids. We are seated on the porch. And we are sitting. The trauma is hard because my children just woke up. They saw me and they just get in the car all around. Everybody woke up and everybody's sitting up now. We are outside on the porch. So if they come for me tonight, everything will be done in the presence of my children. But like I said, it is unconfirmed. And I have not gotten any call like I have been getting. All of the times I visited Central, I was impacted by the police. And all of the time the police needed anything from me, they called me and I was available. So I'm sure that if the police needs me, the police will also call me. If not, I'm here for whatever the situation is.
Thank you very much, Representative Safoko of District Number 9, Monrovia. Mr. Ryder, we say thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm coming to you, Fandela. I'm backing you. Let's just be straight. This is very, very serious. And that's why I said, listen, Honorable Foko, you have to come and speak. Let the people hear you themselves. And that's exactly why we put him on the call. You want to say something for Della Patrick? Go ahead.
Yes. Let me add up to what Mr. Jackson was saying. It's imperative that the Liberia National Police clarify, because it has a propensity to dampen its credibility. But what I can say clearly here, that the representative will never be arrested in the night. The day the police arresting in the night, it will be more than a coup d'etat, or maybe the dark days of Charles Taylor, where they go for you, you don't even know your location. I doubt whether this police force under Gregory Coleman will arrest a certain representative at night when there are available avenues where you can phone him. Even people like us, they never went to my house to arrest me. They used to call me, come with your lawyer. When we go there, they say, well, Mama, we are formally charging you for XYZ. I said, okay, no problem. But let me say this to the UP. I think this is 2025. It is said that you can run away from justice, but you cannot hide from justice. You still have 4 good years to make a case. 2024, Liberians cry on you. You did not improve their lives, they cry. You are starting 2025 at fresh. This political warfare is not timely. Even in the court, some cases can stay in the court for almost 5-6 years. Does that suggest that the court is not interested in prosecuting people? We say no. Even in the great United States, cases have been on the docket for 5-6 years. When they get ready for you, they will go after you. My appeal and suggestion is relax this issue of the capital. Strategize more how to attract investors. Let me control on this.
All right.
So the more you open Pandora, you're talking about legislator. The man won with almost 10,000 votes. When these people get on the street, you're talking about 7. You have no peace. JMB will making you relax this case because on how you can improve the lives of the people.
Thank you very much. It was good calling. It was good that Focal called to clear this thing up. When the information comes forth, we have to call directly sources. Honorable Gray, you're on the show. Are you with us? Or are you taking that phone call? Then you can. I want to come to you before I go to Fadiga. Honorable Gray, Focal appear. Focal say it's unconfirmed, but he's ready. If there should be any arrest tonight, what say you?
Basically, I know the NSA and the police will arrest people. I said this long since on your show. It's not strange. I said it, I think, about a week ago, right? And I even told you that they may arrest people before the sooner. Last night, the representative of the majority lawmaker confirmed on the show that the legislature will be rating to 10 over some lawmakers. He said that on the show last night. So the protocol by the executive branch of government from Ellington to President Weahtan, if for any reason they want a lawmaker, the Ministry of Justice will usually write the legislature asking the legislature to comply or cooperate so that that lawmaker could appear maybe to the Ministry of Justice or to the police. So when you heard Famule saying last night on the show, Representative Famule, that the legislature will be rating to 10 over some lawmakers to the Liberian National Police, that confirmed the statements that I've been making. But like Fandana said, I don't see any reason why the police or the NSA will go at night. But anyway, this government is reckless. It's not a strange thing when 2 DEA people will take arms against each other and almost want to kill each other at the DEA. It's not a strange thing. But Focal needs not to panic. The CDC has issued a straitjacket position on protecting its lawmakers, no matter what the case. If you arrest a single lawmaker, it means you have declared a war against the CDC to arrest the entire CDC.
Thank you.
So
let me bring in, thank you, Honorable Gray. I'm going to hear from Fadiga on this one. Fadiga, Focal came up and says it's unconfirmed, but he's sitting outside with his children. If it is true that they were arrested, they will do that in front of his kids.
Well, before I make that question, somebody just asked me a question. Let me answer that and I'll get to that. I do not travel with personal security. I do not have a personal security. I drive myself around. So I think
They head to you on that one. We pass it, we go.
I think I want to make it clear that I'm free, like every other Liberian, that I'm free to roam around the city without security. But I will say this: look, friends are Focal. We may disagree politically, but I would like to assume that he's a smart gentleman. Stanton, when you came here a few minutes ago with this breaking news, I was under the impression that police armed men were already at this man's door ready to arrest him. But for this smart gentleman to say he's sitting down in front waiting for an arrest that nobody even told him that he will be arrested. He said he's sitting down waiting for an arrest that Stanton, I don't want to say that's crazy. How can you just go sit and waiting for an arrest? Nobody have called you. You say, Greg, the police IG have your number, 103 have your number. Nobody have called you. Have not received any warrant. But you bring your whole family outside, open the gate and sit down there. My brother, close your gate before armed robber come in that place there and you say that the government. Because how can you do that? But this is a lawmaker. Look, this is a sitting lawmaker, Stanton. Does that make sense? Oh, you say, oh yeah, I heard say there's rumor that they're coming to arrest me. So you know what? JMB government, they too bad. So I come and say that and wait for them. Nobody will come. Look, let me tell you something. How you will put 10,000 people on the street? Liberian people are not stupid, my brother Vandela. The people are tired with this whole political partisan opportunism. People, they are tired with all these political games. This is a game. Look, when you hear Akaras Gray talking about they will arrest these people, these are preemptive strikes. Why are they coming up with these specific names? Are they hiding something? Are they involved? Look, nobody will intimidate the police. The police will investigate those that are found guilty, those that are found to bear the greatest responsibility for the arson attack at the Capitol building will be prosecuted. You cannot intimidate your way out of this. This is a lie. Stanton, they may just lie on the police. And to back the lie, he said he's sitting out on the suspect.
Thank you. But the sitting outside waiting for the police. The information came that they were on the way to arrest St. Gibson Jeru. Before we bring it on, let me go to Emmanuel Gongwe and we'll go to our sister Glenny. The information came in email that they're on the way. He says unconfirmed. Listen, my friend, we have to call you on the show and you got to explain your story. He agreed. He came on the show. He says unconfirmed. My gates are open. Now, Fadiga said he's sending armed robber to go arm rob the man. The man said get open, but he got security there. But anyway, the seriousness in the story, though, when there's fire, there's smoke. The anticipation that he will be arrested. What say you?
Well, listen, I don't believe any civilized government will proceed to arrest a certain lawmaker in the night. I think like you listen to the representative himself. He said over time, the police will call him and he will appear before the police. He'd been aiding them with the investigation. So he himself could do favor by calling the police and say, look, I'm hearing that you are on your way to arrest me. How true is the information? He could do that, because he just said on the show that he's a peaceful citizen. But I understand all this CDC game plan. They just find a way to bring themselves in this conversation of 2029. In fact, I saw a post from somebody that said Donald Trump came back to power. Liberian, what are you waiting for? So the CDC would do just almost everything to find a way to get themselves in the debate of 2029. But like I said a few days ago in my post, whether that the Unity Party is doing well or the Unity Party is not doing well and we have to replace the Unity Party, the CDC cannot be an alternative discussions for any discussion. So, but they will find a way to get there. They will find a way to have that discussion. We understand. But Gregory Coleman that I know, at least a few individuals at the police that I know, will not have to arrest any representative in the night. No civilized government will do that. No civilized government for that matter. And I think the current national security actor will never take that path. If they do, that will be the greatest disappointment that I will ever see from the Unity Party administration.
Thank you very much. Glenny, let's hear you before we go to Gibson. Glenny, welcome to the show. We had to interrupt you because it was only fair to hear from Foko himself. Talk to us, Glenny.
It's okay. So I wrote some stuff down because I don't want to misspeak on this issue because this is very serious. Burning of the Capitol is very alarming. It's concerning and extremely alarming, and it's bad for our history. It's bad for our country. What I would say to Representative Foko is, if the police have called you before and they did it correctly, they called you, they invited you, you went there, why would we think now, why should you think now that they're not going to call you and they will drive up to your house to arrest you. I think all of us, including Safoko and everyone else, we need to be very mature as we approach this situation, because it has the propensity to cause chaos in our country, and we need to be extremely careful. We need to also give the police some credit and say, yes, we don't think that they will do it this way and they will do it the correct way, because the police, they are also aware that they are being watched with whatever move they're making. So to come out and say, oh, they're coming, and you come out and say, oh, it's not true, Safoko could also pick up the phone and call Gregory Coleman. If he want, he's a city representative, he could call and say, I'm hearing so and so. Is this true or not? And if you didn't do that, that's alarming. If they have not called you, then you should not be living on the hearsay that they're going to come, that you have everybody routed out in your home, also in your community. They're all up and they're sitting waiting. So if the police does show up now, then that's a problem. But I would think that everyone, we all have a role to play when it comes to this investigation. And that role is we have to be careful so that this situation does not spiral out of the right way it's supposed to go, and some chaotic stuff starts. So don't dwell on hearsays. Pick up the phone. You are a city representative and call. I'm hearing this. Is this true or is this false? Instead of alarming everybody in your home and in your community, this should not happen. But and you're not an ordinary citizen that the police is going to come and arrest you in the night that everybody would not be alarmed about. So I think to whom much is expected, much is also due. Pick up the phone and call and ask the police director, and let it be clear. We should not be dwelling on hearsays to allow this thing to spiral out of control, and then no one can control it. We have to be careful.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Captain, welcome to the show. I don't know why. Just after you, after Glenn, we got to come to you. It's a match made in heaven. Thank you very much.
See trouble this day.
As a matter of fact, I'll put you together. You have to go take picture of you.
Glenny, you will have no regrets. You will have no regret, Glenny.
but let's talk about Safoko saying, listen, my gate's open. I'm hearing this thing. It's unconfirmed, but indeed, I'm ready. If they should pick me up, Gibson.
Gongwe, how you doing? My name is Gibson Giroux. If you are still chairman of the EFF, you should resign. Because I'm not kidding.
But we are not talking about Gongwe. We are talking about
I'm making my comment.
Yeah.
But let's
do with Focus, because we got to come back in studio to discuss.
Because like journalists, advocates have the third eye, and yours has been broken, no longer exists. So you have to resign as chairman and become spokesman for the Unity Party. I think it will help you. Listen, the police in Liberia is capable of doing anything. Anything. If the police can arrest their own suspect, person of interest, and in the middle of the night and turn that person over to NSA, they can do anything. They can do anything. What Safoko is doing is an exemplary act of people before him. My brother Samuel Jackson here knows those days when Abapo was invited by Todmore, he put a blanket, a madigo mat on a arm and go see Todmore because he know that he's going to jail. When Chair Chico was invited by Doe to go to the mansion, he took mat and put it on his arm and went to the mansion and showed Doe. I said, "Boy, bring the mat." He said, "Because from here I'm going to jail." That is an anticipation of a person who believes that he's been haunted. And you know this government has been haunting only people who are from the minority group, including Safoko, and they are trying every day of their life. They are digging and digging and digging. They are doing everything surreptitiously to get Kofa arrested, disgracing, putting to jail, charging, and leaving to go to dirty his name because they think he's going to be president 2029. They want to jail Foko. They want to do everything to disgrace him, to put him in jail, torture him, and let him go. They don't have any case against them. You know that. We all know that. And you poke here and say it's not going to happen. Focus, sit with your children in front of the door. Let them come and arrest you in front of the door. Take your mat and put it under your arm when you're ready to go to the prison. Carry your mat and lay it on your mat. That is what the police is doing. They are terrorizing these people. When are they going to arrest these people? We arrest anybody who are lawmaker. We know immunity. We arrest you, police director, the justice minister, spying fear in the people. You want to arrest people? Go arrest them and stop posturing. Stop posturing. We don't have time for people who want to posture. You got issues with Fogo, go arrest him. You got issue with Kofa, go arrest him. You can't be every day. We got people who will arrest you with our immunity. Listen, under the law, criminal offenses are not protected by lawmakers. They don't even need a letter. If they have reasons to believe, let them go and charge the people. Let them go and get rid of arrest and go arrest them and charge them. That's what civilized society do. But I don't believe that this police, this security apparatus cannot do anything because they can arrest their own suspect and then turn the person over to NSA. The court say, bring the people. You refuse. After 2 weeks, we see the person outside. You release the person in the night. What the police can do? What is it that the police cannot do? This is one of the most dying time of our history. Listen, let me just say this, and I know Boakai need me for advice. Boakai will destroy his own government with his own hands. This is the dying time. This is hard time that he comes to the rescue of his own government. You can be an old man with 42 years experience, serve as vice president. You say you are the most experienced person. Your government continue to be broken in pieces and pieces and pieces, and you got nothing to do to solve the problem. That's the kind of person. That's the kind of person who got over the government. Listen, CDC, it's not trusting itself. CDC was invited into it. They are now putting themselves into it. They were invited into it. They were dragged into it. They were marked into it. They were tagged into it. CDC has all right to move out there and protect their people. And that is
Thank you very much, Jason. I know you're firing. And again, guys, welcome to the show. This is so important for every one of us today. We're keeping our eyes open. We got to go back and the way we started. Uncle Sam, I'm going to bring you in. The Focus story, we got our reporter going to Focus compound. They will be stationed there as to whatever that may happen. We'll bring it to you live. We're going to get back to the 100-year anniversary of Joseph Yeman Boakai, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm going to give you 30 seconds, Honorable Gray. I'm going to go back to Uncle Sam Jackson for us to do our responsible down the room table talk. Honorable Gray, your 30 seconds.
Just a point of interjection. You know, and Stanton, you are a living witness here. The police unceremoniously, on 2 separate occasions, they sent people to Focal House to have him arrested, or calling and informing him. You took your camera there, you remember very well. You spoke to Focal, your station spoke to him. He said he at his house waiting for the police to arrest him. The police barricaded the area 2 different times the same day, with all holding the phone to call you and tell you need it. So for somebody to argue on this show tonight, to say that the police will have informed him before they move in, the police went there with all informing him. I think 2 weeks ago, you got the clip. Your reporters were there as you are sending your reporter today. So like Gibson said, the police is capable of doing just any and everything. You know, I don't expect people who still looking for a job from the government and want a appointed position to come and say anything odd about the administration. I don't expect that. Like you said, the CDC is dragged into this subject matter. And Gongro know very well what the CDC is capable of. He knows that with me. Okay? So he knows the police not going to pick up CDC lawmaker like that. He's one of the guys that will try to groom. He knows that. He knows our capability.
Thank you very much. I got to go back to the talking point of goodbye and ugly night. Listen, guys. Today is the 22nd. I cannot forget Glenny. If I forget the day, remind me, please, because you know the 24th is my wife's birthday. I don't want to get in trouble, Glenny. If I forget the date and you do not remind me, it will be a problem.
I'm writing it. I'm putting questions.
And I think the 24th will be on Friday, I believe. Yeah, I really don't want to forget. I like to say.
See all the paper I using to write on there? I read it.
Thank you, Sis Gladys. I really want to say to you, Uncle Sam, the good about it, okay, 1 year anniversary into this government. Take your pick, we'll go to Fadiga, we'll bring in Emmanuel Gongwe, and we'll make some progress here. Uncle Sam, I'm not going in order anymore. What's the bad thing? What's the worst this government have done in 1 year?
So how much time do I have?
You got 2 minutes, Uncle Sam. You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I got 2 minutes. Okay. The government has turned out to be a lying government. A complete lying, hypocritical, feckless, completely. Look, you came to power, you rose to power upon the backs of the Liberian people. You told them certain things that were so bad in the country that you would be eliminating on day one of your presidency. Michael Okonkwo, you sent to the put there, METEC and CTN. 2 gangster organizations that are exploiting business people in this country without any economic benefit to the Liberian people. They are getting in bed, and METEC is creating a permanence. They've given METEC land to build a headquarters. A headquarter, METEC, the one that is sat on the Spoon Network, and they sat on the other stations all through the campaign that they were going to get rid of. They're in bed with METEC. One of their ministers was fired, and other people who are involved with this METEC thing, they've been giving them a pass. CTN, you said you was going to have an aggressive asset recovery. You didn't have an aggressive asset recovery. You had a political asset recovery. The first day of asset recovery, you have people with red bandana and yellow vests on the streets of Monrovia, hijacking cars of the police commissioner, police IG, and others, subjecting them to inhumanity. You said you were going to bring in people like John Molu. For what? Integrity institution. You said you were going to be listening to Liberian professionals like Alice Coffey. You said you were going to bring in professionals to help you to build this economy. You said you were going to have unity. You were going to reach out. They have not. Their political leader has not called any opposition political leader to have coffee or toboggi or wallow in 1 year. You have not called George Manning Weah to sit down with him, the leader of probably the largest political organization in this country. You refuse for him to go through the VIP. You isolated him at the funeral of Prince Johnson. Protocol-wise, you put him way in the corner, and you didn't even have a picture of him on the Executive Mansion website. When we complained, you went, you grudgingly put some of that picture there. This is the government you want to run. Let me just end with my in the last 20 seconds. Look, don't worry about us. We are old. 2029, when they whoop you and take that little small power you get, you will be running around Monrovia like a headless chicken, hungry, begging, and some of you who have access to America, you will go back to your little jobs that you had over there. That's what's going to happen to you, because if there were an election today, the rescue mission will be flogged like a market dog. I end on that note.
So thank you. I'm not going to restrict you, but with respect, I come to you, Fadiga, before we go to Emmanuel Gongo. What are you going to say? The words or anything you want to speak, it's up to you. You have your 2 minutes, Fadiga.
What's the symptom? There are a lot of unfounded allegations or red lies too by Uncle Sam. Look, it's so funny that he would come here and just don't even try to say small truth. Uncle Sam, a lot of people listening to you respect you, but I will not waste my time to say this. I will say one thing, Stanton. You mentioned something about the lack of rule of law in this country. First thing, the premise of the question was flawed. The whole entire question was flawed. If you want to ask, look, the challenges with security in this country has been lingering for decades. Even in the United States, the issue with security cannot be addressed in 1 year. They are still working on it. In Liberia, if the question was, has they improved and is the government doing anything to maintain law and order? The answer is yes. A lot has been done over the years. And I'm sure everybody here, for Dala, even Akaras, if you want to be truthful and not the old something, they will tell you that a lot has changed. Because only the court can determine that someone is violating the law. Only the court, and we are not the court. For people are going to the court. We are using the court system. Those are things that we use to determine whether the country is lawful or not. Not yet, they ought to be great. There are a lot of things that happen at that how do you call the place? King Joe. So many things happen. There were violent attack on the police by mob and a whole lot of things. But to use it as that incident to say, the country is lawless, Stanton, I want us to be very truthful. Uncle Sam made some other allegation that I don't want to even touch. But the bottom line here is a lot have changed. Last year budget, the LRA exceeded the 690 million domestic revenue target. Those are things that we could be talking about. We have not seen that anytime soon, and this year is going to surpass that. Those are things that at least we can say we give credit to the government. Akara Grace here, we plagiarize or borrow the legislation for that how do you call it thing? I had it down somewhere. It says we passed 3 bills. Introduced 3 bills. I had it somewhere here. I will get back to it. 3 bills. 3 bills, yeah. The Presidential Transition Act, the Ministry of Local Government Bill, and the National Tourism Bill. Akaras Great, what you're talking about, you say tourism, you put money there. Look, these are things that have been long overlooked and ignored in this country. The challenges in this country are enormous. This government is making stride and doing everything to solve it on multiple fronts, whether it's infrastructure, agriculture, or the rule of law. We have put things in place. Because 2 minutes, we cannot explain on everything, but I will use my time, even in the next time, God, when you come to come here, to explain on sovereignty and get into details.
No, I'm not cutting on. You just got to use your 2 minutes, that's all.
Yeah, but 2 minutes, how much thing can you say in 2 minutes?
I got 2 minutes, though. You give me 30 seconds.
No, I'm coming to you.
Paris, you just coming. Let me end on this. Look, Stanton. When
I think I get nothing to say, but let's move on.
When Akara's great government came into power in 2017, do you know what it did in the first 1 year? The president was building his new homes. They built a mini city. He purchased a private jet, a new Lexus. They 16 billion gone missing. Those are the things that we had to deal with. Do you see that happening in this government? This is the only government that is putting the Liberian people first, working on pet projects to alleviate some of the suffering of the Liberian people. For Akara's Great were planning on removing justice.
Thank you very much.
And then you want to sit there and talking about with disturbed.
Fadiga, thank you very much. I just want to ask a question, folks. Do they have a PRS school, Gibson, in Liberia? I mean, the government have a PRS school that people should graduate from before they represent the government?
Why are you asking that question?
If they do that, I think Fadiga need to attend.
No, please, let me.
No.
No, see, don't demean the man. No, see, you don't demean. No, you don't demean. No, see, no, you don't do that. No, see, you don't do that. No.
Fadiga, my friend.
No, on this show, you can do your friendship outside, but not on this platform. You don't demean the panelists.
Respect you. Fadiga will do out in the body. We are brothers.
No, but that's the fact.
Okay, I respect you. Let me know Honorable Grade. Let me ask you a question. Akaris was a great. The man said, have you seen from the past year, Gibson, Joel flew private jet. Have you seen us doing it in this government? Is Fadiga in Liberia? How dare you talk about private jet when the president in the last 1 year, the president flew private jet 7 times? Are you in Liberia? Are you in Liberia?
You purchase.
No, you didn't say he purchased. I better come and play.
This president has been using.
No, you guys, that's why I say you leave. All right, you know what? My brother from Dan Patrick said I'm going to leave you alone. Honorable Greg, talk to us. Honorable Greg, talk to us.
He has not cost the Liberian people any money.
Honorable Greg, talk to us. And I
when I'm going to CDC, I'm not leaving Glendon beyond.
I will always love Fadiga, no matter what you say. Honorable Greg, talk to us.
Basically, you know,
he saw it coming.
basically, the entire government PR is in Tata. The defense system of the government, in terms of a public relation arm, has been destroyed. It has been crumbled like the wall of Jericho. You remember Joshua walked around the wall of Jericho 7 times, and the entire wall fell down. And the Israelis just moved in. So it's like this government now, there's no defense. Every little government official, whether junior, senior, or middle, they come to defend the government in a scattered manner. Look, you criticize the we-are-led administration.
We are not running a government on propaganda.
To a greater extent, you criticize the we-are-led administration.
Can you let the man talk?
Uncle Sam, please, man, you disrupt.
But you please too, man. The man talking, just be quiet. We hold your fault.
Who hold my fault? How you hold my fault?
You criticize the we-are-led administration for using private jet. The same excuse Kula Fofana provided that the friend of the president, President Boyka, provided it. Similarly, the CDC government said the same thing, that the friend of President Weah provided it to provide dignity. There's no difference from the justification. Not only that.
Fadiga, Patrick, can you tell Fadiga to be quiet now because you are stopping me?
Fadiga, my man. No, the same thing. We didn't want you and the CEO to. No, brother. No, the same thing. We did not want you and the CEO
to. I beg you, Fadiga, you must say in the same box. That's Honorable Great talk. Honorable Great, go ahead.
Now, in 1 year time, you use $1.1 million. We turn all new vehicles to your presidential vehicles. You decided to buy 2 bulletproof vehicles for $1.1 million United dollars. That's an exaggeration. The wife of the president, just this week, they're gone week, they just brought the 3rd brand new car provided to her. Probably you are not even aware of this. You know, we don't want to be personal on issues. You flagged serious issues during the period of the campaign. You have constructed basilicas and you have built roads where there are no rivers. Preachers, where there are no rivers. In your first 1 year. In 1 year time, you want to talk about corruption? What happens to the budget all time? In 6 months in your government, you have spent $15 million outside of budgetary approval when you submitted the recast budget. $15 million United States dollars were all budgetary approval and not being captured in the budget. You spend that money. The bulk of the money was spent on national security. Have you seen a copy of the current budget all time? Last night I listened to Stanton a little bit before I went to bed. Millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars was spent surplus when it comes to the budget all time. That is misapplication of government money. That is corruption in the highest. You didn't even become inaugurated as president. You have spent $500,000 on vehicle. Without being president, you have passed an instruction. That was a violation. Who provided you that presidential authority to take NASCAR money without being president? And you want to talk about corruption? You cannot speak to corruption because you don't have the moral standing to talk about corruption.
He lies so much.
No, if you say that, somebody call him.
Fadia, why you haven't answered, man?
He even leave from power 1 year, he that's that lost the internet.
Okay.
No. What happens? No, this is what happens, right?
If he lying so much, President, we had a power 500,000.
So I beg you guys, let me progress here, please. I beg you, every one of you. Emmanuel Gongwe, you've been listening, you've been following the show on a very serious note. What I say you, we are between a rock and a hard place here. The past, we cannot justify the failure of this government as per to the past. We promised the people to change. We promised them to rescue them. And everything I'm hearing and the Liberian people hearing, Joey, I did it before, so we can do it too. What say you?
No, see, like I said a few days ago when I came here, I continue to say to people that there were missteps. I keep acknowledging missteps. So, for example, some of the things we did that I think this government need to rectify in 2025. For example, you're talking about fighting corruption. You won't give hope to people that you're going to fight corruption. You won't give hope to people that the asset recovery will come back. It will be stronger. We need the Office of the Vice President to release the investigative report on the yellow machine situation. We need that report to come out. There has to be a decisive and bold step on the part of the government to release a report. If they don't do that, bad on their part. We need to have a decisive step on Method and CTM. I continue to say everything we criticize during the elections, everything we criticize, that we continue to repeat. For the EFFL, we are clear. We do not support anything we criticized in the past that is happening in the current administration. We don't support it. We are clear that Method and CTM should not be at the port. We have said this many times, and we continue to repeat this. We are bold about this, and I hope the government can rectify it. If the government doesn't rectify, that's bad in 2004. What again that has been done that I think should not be happening? The issue of of fighting drugs. The way in which we have handled the fight against drugs, I think we did not do well. The government did not do. I still see drug dealers having edge. I still see drug dealers having edge. I still see young people, on motorbikes in the community selling drugs. I think the LDA need to be supported because now I'm convinced that we have a group of professionals at the LDA. We need to have LDA supported in order for the fight against drugs to be very effective. If you don't support the Drugs Enforcement Agency or Drugs Enforcement team, that means we betrayed the Liberian people because we won on the promise and commitment that we will fight drugs. And we are not doing that. I hope the government can correct that. On the good side, like somebody said today, there are a little bit of pavement of roads. Their feeder roads have been touched. Some streets that were bad off when the government came to power, they're trying to repair some of the roads. I think they're making some progress on that. But to a large extent, 2014 was not a good year for this government. I mean, 2004 was not a good year for this administration.
No, 2024, you mean 2024.
Yeah, 2024. 2024 was not a good year for this administration. They need to double up. They need to work on their gains plans. They need to be bold on some of the decisions. And I think there are a lot of low-hanging fruit that we can grab as a country and move forward and give the people of Liberia some hope.
Are you breaking away? Is the EFF breaking away from Unity Party through your collaboration?
Well, I think we are accessing our relationship on the basis of progress made by the government. If we get to a point, I continue to say to people, we are not one of a political organization that is just limited to Liberia. We have alliances globally. So we are looking at the performances of the government.
Are you breaking away? I'm hearing that you guys are breaking away.
Come again?
I'm hearing that you guys are separating yourself from Unity Party.
Well, I mean, Santo, let me be very bold on the radio. We are not happy with what we think. We are not happy. The EFFL is not happy. There's no secret. We have complained. We have written. We are not happy. I said this to you the March. some of our forces that went to the southeast that got involved in accident. Right now, like I said today at the press conference, we are talking about amputating the other guy. We are talking about amputating some of the people who got involved in accident during the protection of the vote. Nobody in the administration has ever reached out to us to say, here is $5 for the guy medication. We have requested for an honorary program of all the 700 men we deployed across the country. Nobody has ever accepted that proposal to honor the guys that been in the town hall. None of the people who protected the votes are even in LDA. A.B. Grumman is a witness. We sent 300 names to LDA. He never selected one person. Nobody. So we are not happy. Yes, of course, we are not happy. We're just managing our anger because we brought a government to power. We want to see the government succeeding. We want to help. But how long will we keep our anger?
Well, I think that my last question, we're bringing Honorable Gray to finish, and we'll go to Gibson and my brother from Della. Patrick, welcome to the show. Reverend Gray, my sister Glennie, we're closer on this round while we go to the next round. It's important to know that you're going to break away within just the second year of the government. You had a great influence. You went by way of Freeport, the asset recovery. We got all the documents now for asset recovery. 1,050,000, no account, nothing. One person, two individuals control the money, they eat the money, zero. Nobody can give account of asset recovery. You were mad, you resigned. Martin Colley resigned. Ellis Coffey hanging to resign. But here you go, my dear friend and brother, that you are leaving Unity Party because you just not happy. I mean, how strong of a message is that?
Well, like I said, our party is a global organization. We are in alignment with global institutions. We look at governance from different perspectives. We have not officially announced our departure. We are announcing that we are unhappy. We are not happy. The way things going, we are not happy. If things continue like this, because we have written the first year report and sent our first year report to our international headquarters. Our international friends are looking at the government first year report. So we are not happy. We need to fix the problem. We made commitment to the Liberian people. We have to fix things. The way we are managing the state, signal to us that the government will not make progress, even though there are steps taken.
Why are you afraid to announce today what people, and you're smiling though, to be serious, that you are leaving Unity Party? Are you afraid that they will fire you? Is that about your job security?
Listen.
Because go ahead, talk to us.
Sandra, I'm not a guy that, look, I requested honorably, when the president appointed me as deputy minister, I requested honorably that he appoint my national chairman as deputy minister. I'm not a guy that go after jobs. I'm not a guy that go after jobs. I've been in the country, in the private sector, doing what I can do to survive. I survived under Ellen administration for 12 years without seeking a government job. I survived again George Weah administration 6 years without seeking a government job. I'm not a fanatic of government job. When Malema came to Liberia, my first position was not to take a government job. And Malema said to me, look, even if it is a sweeping job, come president, take it in the government, but then demonstrate your capacity in that sweeping role. That when you leave government, everybody will point to the success. I'm a civil servant in government. At my level, I'm a political leader of another political party in the line. I should not be in the job that I'm in, for heaven's sake. I should not. But I accepted that because I never wanted to pressure Boakai and made our support look that because I want a job, so the EML support that. No, we never did that. So I can walk out anytime. Even if they call me tomorrow morning and say, look, we don't need you to enter the poll, I will say goodbye. I don't care about job, but we are in this government because we're committed to help the Liberian people. In the event that they don't listen, in the event that they continue to hurt us as they are doing, do you know sometimes I go to the poor people in town again my security? To the point where my security detail has reduced down to only 2 persons to go to the port? Do you know the kind of disrespect that I'm receiving at the port every day? Do you know the kind of complaint that I go to the executive mansion that I talk about every day? But every day the president say I should wait. We'll face a problem. We'll face a problem. So yes, I'm waiting to face a problem. But how long will I continue to?
Again, thank you. That's why it's good to have you on the show. Again, I want to say I know know you just stand on that be so don't go too far. So I respect you, Emmanuel. Okay, let me bring in Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, this is something that's spinning. And I'm itching to say something here, but Emmanuel looking at me but we were by eyes. So let me waste more. Talk to me.
No, let me just say, Emmanuel, I've known Emmanuel for a very long time. And Emmanuel erred from day one with this administration. I'll tell you where he erred. Because when I listened to the deputy minister attack on Emmanuel, I felt a little bit bad. You know, once you had a job at the port and at the same time working on the assets recovery team, that's two different jobs in the executive branch of government and taking two different pay, according to the deputy minister.
I know to pay. Mistake.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on?
I know to pay. Correct that.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on? According to the deputy minister, Daniel Sando, he spoke publicly when I was on OKFM. And he attacked you when you differ with the government, that you were taking pay from assets recovery team and at the same time at the port. So you had no moral standing to criticize the government. For you to still be hoping for this government to employ about 300 of your people at the LDEA, and with the kind of institution that you run, when you talk about Malema, it saddens me. But now, if I were in your capacity as an advocate, I will tell you this, and you know this very well. I received a lot of offers from President Sirleaf, my first 6 years in opposition. They offer up to $75,000 United States for a brand new car besides government positions. I stood publicly and denounced that and chose not to take a job because I would not mean the government criticize the government. You can be an appointed official appointed in the government criticizing the same government. The only person that can do that is just the minister can differ with the president as an appointed official. We should know about. So you've compromised. And the only way that you will not be compromised is if you resign. Fadigan talk about $16 billion stored on in it. You know it costs $16 billion. Sam is on the show.
Carol, we are in alignment. We are in alignment. Correct that. We are in alliance. We supported this government as an alliance party. It's different for your situation.
Gongo,
correct that.
I'm just saying to you that I've challenged you. Go ahead and execute the mandate of the people. The mandate you. There's a responsibility. But $16 billion, you know what I mean? If somebody steals $16 billion, the whole country economy collapse. It doesn't exist. Take for example, like I was talking about the NSA. They had $9.4 million to spend in the all 10 or 11 million United States dollars. Over the counter checks are being given to the NSA. The same thing you accuse Samuel Toy of. That you accuse the citizen-led administration about all the counter check, excessive security spending. That's the same crime you are committing. What credibility do you have to go after past government officials when you are committing similar crimes? These are the issues that we are flagging. When you get a guy that has when you get Fadiga sitting on this platform misinformed, talking about we submitted 3 bills, we passed 3 bills. You passed 0. The bill on tourism you submitted in the committee room. I'm talking about bills you passed in your first. You know nothing about the legislature. So when we're talking, you learn. Let us tutor you. I gotta be didactic on the program tonight so you can learn. Okay. When we're talking about legislation, you submitted. You submitted an amendment. You submitted an amendment.
Nothing to offer. They're not CDC chat room.
You submitted and Mama West Mobile you talk. You submitted an amended version of the Local Governance Act to amend provision. Is that what you're boasting about? You talk about tourism. Where's the bill on tourism? It's still in committee room. What are you talking about? You are not even informed. Who gave you pieces of information you cannot defend the government? But stand on that, go ahead. I don't want to waste my energy on this government. Yeah, it's a
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in some data Patrick. We're going to go to Jason Jeru. Then why was my sister? She going the back to life. Go ahead, Vandana.
So, CEO, I will be very controversial tonight. We are here today because we saw someone like us who ate with us in the slum. We sat with them. His story was enlightening. I'm talking about from 2005. A man who used all his resources to put Liberia on the map. And there's no other person, it's George Weah. To the extent in 2005, when you went around, you say you are a sedition and support we are. So, oh, you stupid. Because the man is not a high school graduate. Why you educated go around this man? Vast majority of Liberians, apart from Charles Taylor, the most popular politician in our country history was Weah. That was demonstrated in 2017. Weah won the presidency, 62%. See the jubilation at the party headquarters. He was overwhelmed. He even cried. We felt that Liberia would have been really, because one of us, a son of a commoner, a son of a downtrading, the boy from Gibraltar, the people who said this man will be nobody, to the extent some people said we are less, were smarter than his head. We are won the election. At that time, some of us were in the US. Akaros, we blame you for what we see today. You mortgage and betray the confidence of the people. The first thing the CDC did, we are started constructing condominiums. And during the campaign, that was not a propaganda against we are, he does not have home. That was not a propaganda. Senator Mange, then Minister of State, when they asked why are you building this Jinjante Hall, he said he took loan from LBDR. When you are not even working in government for more than 6 months.
$250,000.
Not only that, look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump won the election. Look at his cabinet. You know what he said? He executive order. He said, make America great again. Does not align with those who presidential appointees under Biden, they may lay on the first 1,000. Seditions who came from the US, I was in Maryland. We campaigned for you. We went from place to place. Use the social media. Political reward is not in heaven. It's on earth. They came here. They told us your sole positions. To people who have conflicting characteristics that were not representatives of the CDC proposed agenda. You won 62% in 6 years. You depreciated so badly. And you allow these people to come to power. And today you are sitting as an opposition. You're critiquing. What I can only say is the fact that this country, it is not going to be rescued anytime soon. And you know what I can say also? I like the resilience of some of the men and women. I listened to Queen Johnson today. She spoke from her heart, not from the lip. And I like to congratulate, my dear Bella Gongwa. Under the CDC-led government, what these guys are doing, it could not happen. They will tell you, say, you're not clear. When you speak against the government that these things were wrong, they will say, you're not clear. And it was a mandate that when you talk, perhaps no one will come around you. But I'm happy everybody is speaking. Show me the pro media institution on a job we are doing the campaign that was very vocal that One Spoon is doing now. Nobody. Everybody as if they put you in the bucket and lock you or in the bottle. Nobody dare to speak. And that's why when people are not allowed to speak, they will become very, very sycophantic. Anything you do, say, yeah, fine. First president of Liberia best president, who was saying to you, these things were wrong. Pay attention to the people. Then let me come to the UP people. This is the time for you to also listen. The people are getting angry. And my thing is, look, the government is becoming too much combative. Slow down. Because this issue about the arson attack, when the matter surfaces in court, from my research, there's no one certified that has the credibility to determine whether this is an arson attack or not. There's no certified person. in the country. When you go to court, they're going to ask you, what is your qualification? They say almost like autopsy. You must be a certified person to conduct autopsy on a body. But what I can say is 2025, if you continue on this same combative footing, forget it. And for me, I like to project a new idea. This thing should not be about Unity Party and CDC. That today, the missteps of the UP-led government will automatically clean the political debility or debris of the CDC missteps. Because of how it happened now. We should be looking at a third option to project a future. If we condemn the past and condemn the present, we must form an alternative.
Thank you very much.
Because what we see here, I see like this debate is centered around
7 minutes.
who looted state resources, destroy lives and property, and today vast majority of our people are in prison. We come here, it will come to intellectualize suffering. The suffering under we are better than the suffering under JMB. We are not here to intellectualize suffering. We must be projecting a better alternative. So both of you don't have moral credibility to talk about the suffering of our people.
Fadela Patrick, I'm observing something from you today. I want to appreciate you. You've been very fair. You've been very balanced. I give it to you today. Thank you very much. On both sides of the aisle, it's true. I believe in what you just said, and I appreciate you. I'm going to bring in Glendy, and then we're going to go to the rest of the guys. It's very interesting that we still have 34 more minutes on this show.
I thought you said it was me.
Yeah, let me go to your significant order first, then we'll come to you, please.
But what kind of trouble is this, my people?
I mean, the message text message you want me to say.
Don't listen, Mrs. Casey. Don't listen to Senator Tabata. What can I say? I think Vanilla Patrick said some of what I would like to say. Even though he took all the minutes, I think he's talked the most.
Actually, Senator is not talking about that. Let me just make that clarification.
Want to be talking the most, but on a serious note.
On a serious note, rep ready tonight. Congrats.
Thank you. I have a new lipstick. Actually,
I see.
You see, that's why I call you pumpkin.
So if we praise the woman, then I say one to come. When Stanton praise her, then it is good.
Very expensive, Christine.
Hey, Vanilla, thank you. When I started praising her, no problem.
I'm feeling like a rich woman today.
You see,
when Stanton praising her, no problem.
I put lipstick. You can see for the show, Benny.
Yeah, because I got lipstick. No, but on a serious note, let's concerning the ASON and everything. I think to some degree, why it is that this is about Liberia and we have to give our opinions and talk about it. We also want to ensure that the police takes its time. This case will make or break the Liberian National Police. So it is important that they don't be carried away. They don't be in a rush, in a haste. Gregory Coleman is well learned, has connections outside of Liberia. So I'm pretty sure there have been some sources he has reached out to probably give some assistance to the determining factor of what caused the fire. But I just want to encourage them to take their time to do their work and do it well, so that when the court proceedings come, or when the jurist, the verdict has been announced, wherever it is, that there will be no form of biasness, that even the Liberian people will welcome the decision and whatever is made. But I want to say that there's integrity in the police department, and we hope that they will do their job and do it well. It's difficult. It is hard. It is alarming. It's crazy to have one of our historic buildings burned down. But if people are really planning to burn that building down, then they need to be prosecuted. This is no joke. This is something really serious.
Glenn, thank you very much. Gibson, we'll bring in Fadika. We'll bring in Colonel Gray, Uncle Sam. Listen, you are free to talk into this one year achievement or failure, Liberians listen to you. And you should please allow me to say my own too, Brother Fadiga. It's not on you. It's about what I believe. Like everyone just expressed themselves, because as much as we try for this government to do better, but there is more bad things than good things. And I'm trying to find some of the better things, and I can't. Gibson, please.
Okay. Comrade Militant Gonkwe, I still believe that you still have it. Even though, and I don't want you to resign from your job. The money like brother, not one people can eat it, eat your own. But eat it, make sure you eat the right money and clean it around yourself. I'm not kidding. Because listen, this idea of Carol Gray made a statement that if he were you, he would not accept the money, accept the job. But those days we used to do those things, it don't work. So we got to go inside and fix where we are. Make sure around you, your office staff, take care of them. Don't steal. When they bring anything to you that you know is not for you, say, no, I beg you, you'll go up, you'll take your trouble from me. And clean yourself. I think that's the best thing to do. But I think you still got it. It's just that your tail, I think something does get inside.
Nothing wrong with that.
Where is Fadika? Fadika in 2003 was praying that George Weah die in an airplane crash because he rode private plane. Can Fadika say that today of Joseph Boakai? Can he stay on the show today? Thank you for coming back, Fadika. You said in 2003, at the height of the campaign, that you wish that George Weah died in plane crash because you were riding private plane. Can you say that today of Joseph Boakai? When you're ready to talk, that's what I am very careful sometimes. Most time, you don't say things. This is why I go against certain people. When you say reckless things. Today, Joe Boakai is riding more private cars, private jets than George Weah. But I know you're not able to stand because they made you a press attaché. If you didn't put the honorable to yourself, I don't know what press attaché got to do with honorable. Look, Stanton, this government is the most corrupt government in 1 year than George.
But Fadiga didn't say George Weah should die in
man, ask him.
The man is lying.
Okay. Tomorrow I will bring the video.
You have a bad relationship.
Sandra, will you play it while I bring it?
If you bring out play, but I never heard.
Okay.
I never heard.
Not tomorrow, I'm bringing that video.
Okay.
But here is what I wanted to say. This government started corruption from the day of inauguration. A simple $350,000 given just for inauguration day. They squandered our money. Nothing came out of it.
It's 650, not 350. 650.
650,000.
Oh yeah, 650. But the 350 was given to the family. Madam Family. So that money, the president said he was going to investigate and ask the auditors to audit the inauguration fund. That audit has not taken place. Investigation has not been done, and if it is done, there's no report. As a recovery team, the government of Liberia dished out $1 million. In fact, Stanton said $1,050,000. I didn't know about that 50,000, but $1 million was dished out to the asset recovery team. Asset recovery team used $375,000 to erect billboard. The president doesn't care. $1 million of Liberian people money was misused, squandered.
Who told you $1 million went there? Who told you $1 million went there?
It may just fabricate a bunch of stories.
Let me ask you a question, Gibson. You said it's
for the rest of your life.
You said it gave for the family $350,000.
Probably. I won't put it to count Ronnie.
He called me. He called me. He said, ask him, man, what are you talking about?
The original amount that was the first amount I was giving, that was 750,000. They gave additional money because after they spent 375,000 on billboard and other Yama things, they are not even started the office yet. They roll fund $2 million put aside by the government of Liberia. They said they went face a road from Secretariat to Tabata. That road was already being fixed because I traveled there. When I went to Liberia, I traveled to Grand Jada and back. And so I knew how far the road reached. It passed Gray going all the way to Beto, going all the way. They were fixing the road. And the only place that was problematic was between Tabata and BI, the river. That place it was not yet done. But almost reaching Tabata, that road was being fixed when Joseph and President Boga took place. They said they used $2 million. At the end of the day, we are hearing that only $1 million was used. The president doesn't care. Then again, Mr. Grisby, the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, cajoled the NASCO people for vehicles. And he lied or rightfully quoted or told them that the president said he gave 5 vehicles. Allah, he lied on the president or he was quoting the president correctly. Today, we don't know what happened to that 5 vehicles. The president doesn't care. I wonder what the president feels that Double Jala, who gave a vehicle that cost almost $80,000 to the commerce minister, the president asked the commerce minister to resign. The commerce minister resigned. Double Jala did not resign. He refused to resign just because he is a cousin of President Bouakai. He's still in his position. Even though the same crime, 2 people committed the same crime, 1 person resigned, the president accepted the resignation and told the other person to resign. They refused, and the president is just fine with that. Look at the First Lady office. Somebody in the First Lady office is scamming students. And what the First Lady did is slap on the wrist. You are suspended for 1 month without pay. Now they deny from the beginning, including Fadiga here. They deny, yeah. There was nothing that to pay. The First Lady office confirmed that this man was taking pay from LRA and was taking pay from the president's office and First Lady office. That one, they're not anything yet, but they still want to talk about George Williams. The executive mansion, oh my God. This executive mansion we have is the reason why we have the Capitol building burnt today. And every time when I start talking, when I go, I say, hey man, I'm on echo Stanton. Now I know Stanton is right. The recklessness of these lawmakers, the insensitivity of the president, the recklessness of the government. Today we lost a monumental building. Fire got to that building. Why do I say so? An issue that the president, who has spent years and told us he knew how to run government, could have just settled. He couldn't settle that issue. He thrust himself in the middle of it and divided the House more just because he wanted 1 person to be speaker. And today we have a Capitol building that we all grew up admiring, got it down by fire. $3,000 were put in the budget for lawmakers. The president and his minister of finance ended up ditching out $13 million. Sorry, not 13,000.
3.6 million was put in the budget.
$3 million was put in the budget for services, activities, sections, this, that. At the end of the day, the president and his minister of finance dish out $13 million of the people's money. And the government is still saying in the first year, we ain't go 2 years here. Look, it's so sad that every time the Liberian people put their hope in somebody, it turns out that it's a farce. The people are tired. But when they are tired, one day they will tell the Liberian people, they will tell their officials that they are tired. In a peaceful, respectful way. Because me, I don't preach violence. I don't like it. Because violence, it comes both ways. This government cannot free itself from the mess it has created by itself. We only see the replication of the mess continuously because they continue to cover one bad thing and another bad thing comes and another bad thing comes. Look at the LDA. Fadiga brother here, come from America, you know nothing about Liberian politics. You go there, he and the director Kroma and the deputy director who said they said, cool man, you never get a problem before. They want to fight and shoot each other in the DA office. Very indisciplined officers. People without security etiquette. Now they are sending the other brother to France. I know if the ambassador, they all have post like the ambassador here. Lack of discipline, lack of etiquette, lack of professionalism, lack of morality. This government is thinking, my people. This government is rattling, my people. Our people are crying and they are mad. And this government, the president, have no solution for the people quest. And we sit down here every day, we talk. Some people will say we are bad people, we are this. Who feeling the most there? I end on this note.
Thank you very much. Everyone was patient. We're going to go to Uncle Sam to wrap this thing up after my brother Gray. But guys, let's just use this medium so we get 18 minutes to go. We're going to start a new round with Uncle Sam after he finished.
For almost 10 minutes and allow.
Gonna great, but you will speak now, Fadiga. So
you will not
Fadiga, without changing topic, that's all the topic for today. The only thing I would squeeze in, you are quite correct, the dismissal of Wallo, the NSA director, because we raised it yesterday. You guys remember, we flagged it. Today, the government fired him. The son to Prince Johnson, the gentleman that spoke at the funeral, Prince Johnson, 3 days program is not even done yet. President Barga fired him. All right, so we let you know what. As a matter of fact, let's just raise it now, and Uncle Sam, you can include that in your conversation.
I don't want to touch it, Stanton. I don't want to touch it.
Okay, yeah, but then let me just raise it now.
Because the man was stole a dead man credentials. He working at Commerce. The George Barga ain't fired him, but somebody who spoke his mind that they will fire. I think that's serious thing there. That what you women can't talk about here. Somebody who stole somebody's credentials. Why you need dog people at Ministry of Commerce? He stayed there. Yeah, he not fire him. But
so do a closing and then send us the NSA matter. We'll start with Conor Gray on it. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
No, let me talk. Let me talk because I gotta go to bed. I beg you. I won't talk for 4 minutes or 5 minutes. And other minute talk about that 2 minutes. So I can go to bed. I beg you. Look, I want y'all to remember this. Many of you, 6 years of George Weah, you were in the political wilderness. You suffer in Liberia. You're going from place to place begging. You didn't have a place to stay. You didn't have a job. You didn't have nothing. You had zero. Zero you had. You fought hard. President Joe Bogart came to power. Some of you get lucky, get a little job. And some of you came from the diaspora. I don't know your living conditions, whether you left wives there or children there. whether you get mortgage or whether you paying rent, insurance for your car. All I want for you to think on something. You think when your government in power, you flexing your muscle, you backing all the wrong, you come to speak big English to make things that you were against yesterday. In 2029, what are the chances of Joe Boca being president in 2029, in 2030? Ask yourself. And I don't talk about anybody's health because I myself, I'm a cancer victim and I have other medical issues. But think. I want you to think. Where will you be in 2030? What will be your personal financial position in 2030? And most of you will not even be 50 years old. When you're 50 years old, you start having medical issues. Prostate cancer, colon cancer, bladder cancer, high blood pressure, all the illnesses. You got insurance, Seth? You got insurance? You got good health insurance? So if Joseph Boca does not return to power, when you go back to America, or wherever you came from, or you're in Liberia, when you're not working for government, you're able to pay money to go to Jamale, or pay money to go to a JFK. Think. The reason why Joe Boca cannot fail, and we must all make sure he doesn't fail, is because we have one Liberia. People who work for George Weah, today, 90% of them don't have any income. 90%. They're walking by line. They're counting traffic poles. They're riding keke. Some of them were ministers, assistant ministers, directors. You think director money, assistant minister money can give you financial security for your life? It can give you financial security for your life? Why must you come and make black to be white and white to be black because of temporary gains? And what kind of gains you getting? What kind of gains you really getting? Huh? The people who did not walk in the poo-poo water, that the people that get the plum jobs in the country, the plum jobs, riding the fancy cars, salting big money away. 99% of you who go to the party headquarters every day, you buy rice by cup. Think about it. When you start supporting wrong, when you start being a surrogate for insensitivity, when you're a surrogate for wrong, you think when you get a little job paying you $3,000 to some foreign service office, you think that's enough money for your future? 5 years from now,
you're talking to me now.
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to anybody who let us shoe fit. I'm talking to all of you who are maturing there. I can born you. Father God, my oldest son is 55 years old this year. Rudolph Jackson, go ask him. He's 55 years old. You're not older than him. I'm talking to all of you.
No, but no, Mr. Jackson, age does not determine. No, don't be talking about age here.
My man,
no, you will not be talking about people. Who tell you that the older you get, the better sense you have.
Let Mr. Jackson finish, please. Let Mr. Jackson finish.
But
Mr. Jackson,
I didn't know you were rude like this. You rude. Well, you're talking your own for 7 minutes. I don't have much you. I talk my own for 2 minutes. It catch your heart because you know what I'm talking.
No, you wouldn't. No, I just wanted to correct you, Mr. Jackson. The age of Methuselah has nothing to do with the wisdom of Solomon. Age does not determine interpretation. It's not a measure of.
But then let Papa talk. I beg you.
But CEO. No. You can't tell me say rule age.
No, forget it.
But he should understand age is not a measure.
We'll come to you. Wait, let him finish. Just stop interrupting him. We'll come to you, please. Uncle Sam.
My appeal. This is for Liberia. It's not for Joe Boca. Joe Weah ever gave me 5 cents in his life. 5 cents. Joseph Boakai gave me 5 cents in his life. Joe Weah never gave me 5 cents. Never bought me cold water to drink. When I speak, I don't speak for Taylor, for Ellen, for Weah, for Boakai. I speak for the people. I always say Mawata. People in Dole community, people in Zonkowi, people in Ziatown.
Joseph, I gave you money. Talking to David, I gave you money. I think you killed somebody.
Joseph
You
Yima
are bouncing
Boakai.
us about talking for government. You talking for government?
Joseph Yima Boakai cannot be allowed to fail. He has to succeed. He has to.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
5 years
Thank you.
added onto your lives for 5 seconds. 5 years added onto your lives. It will be a long time. And I just appeal to you. You're helping to succeed instead of lying to him.
Thank you.
On this platform and other places, because when you speak to me privately, you're gonna be crying. But when you
Uncle Sam,
come out
thank
here
you.
because you have an audience of 1, and you stay things, you can get something better from the government. When the people who getting the real thing, they're not talking, the people are making the real
Uncle Sam,
money.
thank you very much. We have to move
All I
up.
have to say
Thank
to
you.
you have a good night. I'm leaving. I'm closing my thing. I see you another day. Bye bye.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Uncle Sam, before you leave, Uncle Sam, hey man, he left. Uncle Sam, what we're
Why
just trying to
you
go.
running away? If you didn't talk here, you run away.
No,
You
no,
talking
no,
about-
no, no,
They were getting them.
Joe Weah,
CEO.
hold you. You want to for Joe Weah.
So that make progress. I'm gonna
Who's
come.
gonna be ambassador, friend?
Guys, we are close to the show. God, hold on 1 minute. I beg
CEO,
you,
let me
please.
say something. Let me say something quick. 1 minute, only 1 minute. You see, we are all, here. We respect our part. But sometimes it's important to correct some of these statements. Age is not a determinant factor of sense, integrity, for someone to run government. I've said it consistently. It's not wrong. Then one of the mistakes the CDC made was to refuse to defend the private jet. I even rebuked the opposition, but then that is justifiable.
Thank you.
And I still maintain that today. President
Thank
Ryan
you.
private jet is
Thank
not
you
a
for
crime.
that. We'll come to you for you to do your closing. Thank you very much. Emmanuel Gongwe, can you close for us to go? But before we come to you, you know why? Conor Gray been very patient. He have not spoken. Please hold on 1 minute. Conor Gray, come in, sir.
Okay, Santon, thank you so much, my brother. Sometimes when you listen to, the voices of our people, increasingly you're seeing this arch rivalry. And that's exactly how the state's supposed to run. But I still believe I'm not a proponent of a two-party state. If you ask me, I would say eliminate political parties and let people of stature run. If they win, then they can correlate and come and build up a political team to run the country. Because when you start putting name on the apparatuses that run the state, then you're making it into a religion. People will intend to use that Sharia law if you speak against their religion, or maybe they might use their canon laws to come against you. That's why political parties, especially for third world country like ours, it's not helpful. If you go back and look at the history, everything that has been done has a precedent. If you talk about the former president taking position in government as a peace ambassador with a $5 million budget, just look, anything you say that they have been done. My cousin is saying that one person in government should not take position because he wouldn't do it. I agree. But the leader of the CDC yesterday took position. And Mr. Gibson here said if he were to travel to Granjide and he's able to drive through straight to Granjide, this government will win will be on the right side of his heart. I'm accepting that probably drove there, he could not get through, so they're on the left side of him and so on and so forth. But sometimes everything you talk about in history has a basis. that we can count on. If you come back and look at this government has spent 1 year. You know, if you're a commander and you took over a territory, you want to study the terrain before you even start counting your success. This government has captured terrain, and they have seen their first progress or mistakes in the first year. Man, we have 5 years to develop an entire country to catch up with our neighbors. If you ask me, I'm not going. Look, I don't have control. You don't have control of the past. That which is gone forever. You can only learn from it to perfect your future. As a country, I don't think it's my role to sit on a platform and start lampooning about the past that I have no control over. What is President Buckeye going to do better to perfect our state? That is my own vision that I look forward to. Look, people can say, you're saying this because you want a job. All of us don't come here and talk about what we have. Gibson, you don't come here and be talking about what you have. Very few people on this platform can, become so braggadocious about what they have, what they drive. And look, when you have self-esteem, those are not things you talk about because you know on what platform you stand. Anybody who talks about themselves so much, they got self-esteem issue. I diagnose people for living. I can tell you that. So that's not my focus, but I can tell you President Buckeye has 5 good years to run this country in a way that Liberia will surface as the beacon of hope once more. I don't have energy for the past. It's gone. One of the things I heard, I come here with a bias. I have not been to Liberia for the last many months. I went there earlier. I went there again another day, but I haven't been there. So I'm capturing what people are seeing and saying. I heard that this government is about to expand the hydro to feed the nation. Whenever I come, to supply the nation electricity. Whenever I come here, we advance suggestion. Talk about road. They say almost every corner of the state, there's some pocket of road construction going on. Those are the kind of hope some of us look for the future. Why am I going to go be leaning on the back? Because we're done with that 1 year. There were so many errors. We agree. Those errors will make this government to bounce back and move. It is our hope that this government prospers. If we keep talking about the past, it's like we already failed for the future. And I think I still have hope, Stanton, that this government will make Liberia out of something that we have never had in the past. And that is my hope. It is my right to hope that way. You dream, you want to dream big. And my biggest dream is to see that the next 5 years will take Liberia out of the filth and the bears that we find ourselves as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. It's good having you. Emmanuel Bonglo, can you close? We are closing the show, but before you do that,
I say it's not Bonglo, it's Gongwe.
Amen. Thank you very much for the correction. Thank you.
Thank you. So
before you close, let me show you this because I believe you must speak to this while we close the show. This is what came in today from the executive mansion. President Joseph Yuma Buarka Sr. has relieved Mr. Nesco Alio Wolo of his duty as Assistant Director for Operation at the National Security Agency, NSA, with immediate effect. The decision taken for administrative reasons is part of ongoing effort to ensure the effective and efficient functioning of Liberia's national security apparatus. It came from this, maybe you were watching, but the call Wallo, upon hearing his remark at the funeral ceremony, the call, still turned everything in, calling for an investigation. Right now, they are still talking about the 3 days feast at in Nimba. They probably tomorrow or so or today was done. But in the process, Emmanuel, talk to us. I mean, what's your feeling that Prince Johnson is now further laid to rise, and the government, President Barker, fired his son?
So, firstly, before I talk about that, let me just correct something Honorable Akaro Gray said, and I usually hear people talk about this. The EFFL joined the rescue mission, and we formed a part of the Unity Party alliance. When a political party form an alliance or coalitions or collaboration, you do so to serve your country. So we are not in any era to have taken position in the government or to serve. This is our country. We can only disagree on some of the policy. We can disagree on some of the issues in the government, like we are doing. There are things we don't support, there are things we don't accept. We communicate, we meet ministers, we share our perspective with ministers, we let them know that we disagree on the policy. Every day we do that. So those who believe that the EFFL is wrong for participating in the government, I think you are the one that wrong. We supported the alliance with our blood, with our sweat. Like I said, I sit in this seat tonight grieving because somebody's husband legs will soon be cut off because that person was only fighting to make President Boakai a president of the country. So it's sad. I mean, I'm not to myself tonight because every time I reflect on this guy, I feel so sad. But we'll find a solution around it. On the issue of Wallow, I think this mix-up was not the right thing to do at this moment. I think they should have waited a little bit. I think they should have placed in on some form of investigation because the NSA comes with its own disciplinary, structures and policy, then guideline. But knowing that he comes from PYG party and that PYG were just late to rise, I think those who advised the president to have it dismissed did not do well. I think they should have waited. I think they should have just placed on an investigation for some time. Regarding hope for the future, like I said, 2004, 2024 was just a transition period. Now we can say we were in a learning curve. The government made a lot of mistakes, like I said, a lot of errors. I hope this year those mistakes can be rectified. I hope we can then commit to what we promised to the Liberian people during the elections. Too many people are dissatisfied with the approach of the government. Too many people are crying. The president is gradually getting unpopular by the day. There are young comrades who supported the regime that are now crying. There is dissatisfaction internally that will make the Unity Party unpopular going to 2029. The vice president must stand up. The boys see a quote. He must stand up to ratify some of the decisions. Like I said today at the press conference at the Unity Party headquarters, we did not sacrifice to have economic rascals coming to power, being managing director, being ministers, to dictate to us what to do, to dictate to us, how we walk, to dictate to us how we talk, to dictate to us. They do not have the muscle because they were never here. They were in the United States, sitting down and having hamburger. We were here in the trenches. We were here in the villages. Today, I'm saying to you today, sometimes if you want to carry a TV to the guy house, you see the guy less with his side. Another guy around the Peace Island. When Joe Boakai was going for the press conference and CDC blocked him, we have to go in. One of our guys fell right to Vamuma, a hand. The DOR of our party, which is called the Defender of the Revolution, 700% security, some of whom are former national security actors, some of whom went through the revolutions of Charles Taylor. They understand what security operation is. This went in the villages and served. Today, not a single person has ever called to say, let's bring these people together and tell them thank you. This is disaster. As a leader, I'm frustrated. And then when
aware of what you are saying, is he informed of those guys' condition?
Something I would not get on the radio to say what I'm saying if the executive marshal is not informed. I would not get on the radio to say I'm speaking out because I'm hurt. I'm speaking out because I'm frustrated. Even a few days ago, Senator Lauren called me. She was talking about the project called me. We were talking about meeting. I told her, I'm hurt. I've been communicating with ministers. I'm telling them I'm hurt. Do we have to go through what we're going through? That we struggle. We challenge ECOWAS. We challenge the U.S. Embassy. We challenge everybody, the EFL, all around the place. Challenging CDC militant, all around the place. Only to reach at the point where we are so disrespected in the manner in which it's been done, that today, even though the civil servant position I'm in, that I don't deserve to be in anyway, at the port, that I'm restricted, that my security cannot enter the port, I should be treated that way, for heaven's sake? This is sad. And so when people here say, oh, EFL coming back off on the government, yes, I'm complaining because we don't deserve the kind of disrespect. We don't. We don't. I'm frustrated.
You spoke about the yellow machine. You said that the investigation should come out. Why?
Well, I said the report should be out. I mean, if we have to send a signal to the world that we are committed to fighting corruption, the president set a committee to look into the yellow machine situation. This yellow machine came to Liberia with so much excitement. Liberians were celebrating, including me. I felt that we would have some agriculture, the equipment in Magibi, Bon, Nimba, Lofat, and other places. We have a situation where we don't understand the status of the transactions. The president set a committee to investigate. The vice president has completed the investigation. It's before him. I think it is just fair to the Liberian people to release a report. Whatever damaging the report is, whatever it is, just release a report. Let's fix it. We still need a yellow machine. We still need a deal. We still need to build our roads. We still need to fix, our farm. We still need a machine. Whatever the situation is, let's fix it. Admitting to wrong doesn't in any way suggest that we'll be guilty forever. Let's just say, yes, the deal is good. We made a mistake. We are rectifying it. But you can't hold that deal perpetual. You can't. Then it means that something sinister was about that deal.
And we always welcome you, Emmanuel Gongwe. We say thank you very much for coming. Till we meet again, may God bless you and your household. Thanks as always. Please be safe, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. While we close the show on two very important things, guys, please, because we didn't touch it. One is the dismissal of Wallo. We broke this story. We ran with it. Two, I want you to hear this from Queen Johnson. Regardless how you like her or not, she says something today that the nation is all on Facebook. Please. And then
You are only live. You speak so hard when the chairman was in the press conference. You tell your own dissatisfaction. Your own dissatisfaction. You don't tell me that no matter how red the press conference. Why? Just about 1 year in power, see your body headquarters. See your body headquarters. Our parents don't have jobs. We don't put in plan with working. We'll talk about one palace they give a warning letter. We'll talk about one people that give a warning letter. We'll talk about one people that brought in a minister, MTNTs, they will talk. So who are they now? All of them. Well, you gotta be personal. I said all of them. Money are personal. We are just money are personal. You'll be speaking more about corruption. Corruption. I told her appointed under Joseph Wagan, after Joseph speech, a reshuffle. We cannot make a reshuffle. We're going for everybody. Look at them, please.
So let's go into it. I beg you, my dear brother, Honorable Fadika, let me hold you. Let me go to Fandela because he's in Liberia. You also, but I think you got better internet than him. Fandela Patrick, Wallo dismissal and that of Queen Johnson saying, well, they have left us all by ourselves.
CEO, why I don't want to question the rationale behind his dismissal. I think in security decision making, it should not be hasty. Sometimes you calculate the short-term effect and the long-term effect. First of all, you also have to look at the individual. If this man is an asset to the NSA, you don't just throw them away like that. There should be internal repercussions. You don't throw them away like that. This man was assistant director for operations. You know, I don't know whether Colonel Hodges stayed there. He used to be the deputy director for operations at the NSA. I don't know whether he stayed there. But he needed to be thoroughly investigated, sometimes retraining. Because sometimes we throw out some good people in the security sector. Almost like you are a very good footballer. But because of some lack of emotional intelligence, you look at your coach and you use undigested word on them. And the coach say, no, you are not here again. You know you can deliver. I don't know. But for me, if there's a need for reconsideration, it have to be reassessed. You know, he spoke, yeah, perhaps there must have been a breach of security protocol. But again, you know, in such a secret institution, you don't just throw people out like that. Secondly, you have to look at the terrain. This man was speaking on behalf of someone that people classify as a hero, the whole of Nimba. So he bear the consequence of standing up for a hero. Do you know how many people?
DB, 1 minute. I just saying the video where Fadika said George Weah should die. I sent it to you just now. Let me see whether he will deny it.
Okay, let me finish talking before you come to buy stuff. So see, I listened to Emmanuel and the Queen. I like to say this: whether people like it or not, any government that comes to power, that only here in Liberia and Africa will say government inclusion. As long as you don't align with the proper agenda, if the president appoint anybody, not even including the opposition, I'll be happy. And some of us argue that you defended this proper agenda for 12 years. You need people from the CDC to articulate, because they know the president, they know this man, they can better champion you. Queen is angry, and she's right. They fought. We know what happened in the time. The Gongwe, the rest of the guys, they fought. Like the people in Maigibi, for example, the United Partisans in Maigibi. You know, the president, you know, made it very clear that every country will have a cabinet minister. Maigibi that stood with United Party first and second round. They have no assistant minister, no deputy minister, no minister proper. Absolutely. They are being abandoned. I'm not a member of the Unity Party, but every time I go around, I see the anger in their faces. They are angry. And I have been on many radio stations, you know, asking political reward is not in heaven. If the UP had not voted the city, had not voted the Maigibi, had not voted for the UP, they wouldn't have won. You cannot treat people who fought for you. You take one group of people, you bring them to power. We are just saying this because we want you to continue. Me, I'm not a member of the United Party, but we're just helping you. I know some of you will get vexed. Oh, they meant it, but are your own partisans. Some of these people went beyond. What Queen is saying, that's true. She said when they talk to their working places, they get them warning letters. She's angry. And other people will be very happy to sit down and say they have a job. They are quiet. The same thing happened under the CDC. Some seditious spoke out. People like Satya and Satya. They spoke out that this thing, what is happening is wrong. Look at Donald Trump. Look at the man. You can never find Democrat in strategic error. The man said, in fact, the justification he gave is make America great again agenda. It does not align with people who were previously appointed by Biden. So he claimed every one of them. He wants to have people on his team to direct the agenda of his make America great again. If JMB wants to execute the arrest agenda properly and ensure that he succeeds, he has to sit down and weigh the intentions of people. People have political passion, and other people get passion for the country. So you have to dichotomize between them. And these young people, they are on the street. They interact with people all the time. They crash. They're dropping ears. Like the EFF, they fought. They formed an alliance with the Unity Party. You can't disrespect them. The CDC did. They disrespected all our opposition members, like NPP. They were crying all the time. Like Talon Party, they were disrespected. And guess what happened? When the election came, they said, we don't want you. And that's how they lost. Do we want to see Unity Party going in the same direction? We say no. Like we always say, we don't come here with the mindset that we want JMB to fail. That's the perception many people have. When you criticize the government, oh, the men don't want us. And when I see bad things, we say they seem fine. And what I also like to say to opposition, my dear good friend and big brother, Akara's grave, it is sometimes good to admit. When the government does wrong, you say it. If they do good thing, you say it. It is completely in my mind that in 1 year, nothing good government has done. I want to respectfully disagree. Even when at 1%, they do something, we have to say it's something that happened. So as I close tonight, this is just a suggestion. Sometimes we read comments, and these people are part of the debate. The other day, I saw you taking some appropriate actions. It's good. All of us that are here, we respect each other. The same way, those who are commenting will read your comments. While we are talking about, oh, it's brutality, violence, you come here, you apply the same violence. I see you using undigested words on people that you don't like. And I think let's try to be holistic in our engagements and be very much prone, in terms of what we say. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. We appreciate you. Let me go to Fadiga. You want to close?
Yeah. A lot was said today. Gibson, Jeru, I know where you guys coming from, but what are you guys trying to stir up in the country with now?
Fadiga, your mic is low.
My mic is low. Stanton, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Good. We can hear you. I can hear you better.
Yeah. What I'm saying is a lot is going on in the country, and I pray that the Liberian people open their eyes and read between the lines. For Omena Gibson Jaru, it is clear half of his tantrum is trouble, and I know his mindset, and it will not work. I know his anger, I know his fear, and I know why they're trying to push it. They will come here and make it up on me because they do not want to discuss the issue. The issue here is President Boyka have now purchased a private jet. Every private jet that has been given to the president was a goodwill gesture from our friends within the South region. One of them was one of those non-profit when the last time I saw it. It has not cost taxpayer any money. Unlike the something. Look, I got to know something in a few days that the private jet that President Weah was taking, in my mind, like when he said he wanted to raise his morale, I think he actually wanted to raise his morale. I thought that jet was going cross-continent, going overseas and something. I didn't know they were taking that jet to fly around Africa, not even Africa, West Africa, go to Ghana, park it there, take another commercial plane. But instead of them making that clarification, they thought that it would have bruised his morale instead of boost it. And it made it seem like something. Look, I don't understand why a president might want to take private jet at times. There are some areas, especially within the sub-region, the connections, they kind of make it difficult. Most of the countries do not have direct flights, layover. You have to be, so it cut down in time. We understand that. But never, Ellen did not fly commercial for 12 years, and she still survived. And, unlike another group of people that came to power, Akara's Gray, these guys abuse the trust that the people have. You were flying here to Paris to have wedding. When the people elected him in the city there, none of them have ever been out of the country. Flying, having an entourage of 40, 50 people taking them to Paris, and they expected the Liberian people to vote for them. Oh, Gibson Jaru ran away. Yeah, they did all kinds of things in this country. Lawlessness, brutality. We sat down and witnessed it in this country. For the first six months, they were constructing homes $25 million mop up exercise blown into waste. A lot of things happen. Gifting Mata, Lama Abo Peter, Matthew Innes, and the list goes on. The people, Batin Yuswa, and all those different people. But this is a new day. Me, like Remy said, I'm very hopeful. Stanton, I sat with the president about 2 weeks ago, and I had a renewed confidence in him that this man knows what he wants for Liberia, and this government will succeed with 5 more years to go. Look, I will admit, we had some false start. There was some bump in the road. But when you put 24 political parties together on a one alliance and different people with different prior agenda, there will be some confusion. Within 1 year, I'm sure we got a picture of where the president wanted to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Within 1 year, we have a clear picture of who is who and who can do what. And I'm sure there will be some change, given the conversation we had. There will be some change. The president has a clear roadmap, and he's going to execute it. Look, the challenges in this country, they are so scattered all over the place. You cannot even tackle one, and they're all interwoven. You cannot leave one with all, touching the other. But those belly button issues, those projects that are close to the people's heart. Look, petroleum, the price of gas have gone down, or our stable food. You don't hear people complaining. Yes, it's not all rosy. We're not there yet, but at least we have stopped the bleeding. And people can drive around some areas, no problem for you. For me, those were the things that were really getting to me. Electricity, like the power plant. 6 years they could not even add 1 megawatt. Now, before this, by the end of this term, at least we have stable electricity. The president promised the people of Grand Bassa County electricity. Go to Bikeno. He promised that you can see the wires are being. We can see slow but steady progress going on. That is what I think the Liberian people want. But if these guys come here and think that they can lie and cause confusion, cause mischief, and do all kinds of things here, thinking that this would be the reason the Liberian people will vote them back into the office, that is not. It will not work. It is not working, because this government will succeed. The days of having a cascistocratic administration is over. You guys hire a bunch of people that were unqualified. You made it a partisan country. At least seditions are still in government. I could understand where Queen was coming from, but honestly, I would not beat on Queen or beat on anybody to say why they say this or why they didn't say that. At least this government who can admit that some mistakes were made, but a lot of good was done. And I will not get fired. And nobody will get fired. Nobody running after people. You got to go on the sycamore tree, shot more, wear buried before you can get in government. You guys invited me to this town. I came to this town and you guys said I cannot work in your government until I go take blood oath under the sycamore tree. Is that the kind of Liberia we have now? Do you know how many permanent, competent Liberians that came in the country that you guys made fun out of and they had to go back on the diaspora? The president just had a diaspora conference. People are coming with different ideas and new stuff for this country. This is what we want. This is the kind of Liberia we want. Not one that people will be living in fear. You can't speak freely. People born behind you here and there. The president telling you, "Mo get CCTV. You need this." So it saddens me when I see folks like Gibson Jaru come on here and Akaros will come on here and make this about me. I want us to sit here and discuss the issue. Let us come here and discuss the issue. You can talk about the bad things. I will come here and talk about the good things. I see a lot of good things that this government have done. They left a foreign service in Sherman. They could not even pay the people. Go ask your friends that you're sending your girlfriend and friends that you're saying in the foreign service. A lot of people getting the pay on time. Those are things. You left wire fee. All that big mouth you guys made up or we pay wire fee. You left a lot of the people on scholarship and something in debt. We had to clear that debt. All that. When I would want to fix the mess that you guys, clean up the mess, and then start with our own priority. At least this year, we're going to begin on it. Look at LRA. Raised the most domestic revenue. You guys were budget short for 1 year after another. So when you come here and you guys, preach this doomsday preaching, come here and lie and make up story. So the other day was having we said saying that police coming catching. Now it's our focus say he waiting for police to catch him when there is no evidence that police. So this one lie after another. And I want to appeal to Gregory Como. Take our security seriously. Enforce the law. These guys are on one mission, and that mission is to continue to become an obstructionist, to continue to disrupt this government so that we do not achieve our goals. The president just laid out the arrest agenda. We have a clear roadmap. We're going to move this country forward. So I'm not going to waste my time here on you guys again when I come here. We're going to keep telling the Liberian people what this government do. Give us time. We just gone 1 year to straighten out the mess that we made. Now we're going to be running our own budget this year. This is the Unity Party budget this year. Now we're going to see how we grade on next year and see if it will be the same.
Thank you. Thank you, Fadiga. Honorable Moses Akaris, great place.
Basically, Senator, let me say thank you. Let me appreciate the tolerance of everyone on the show tonight. I sat and I listened well. And the reason why I just relaxed in my little chair, because sometimes when you don't have the capacity to defend or to provide facts, you just make unnecessary political recitation, like President Boyka would do on Monday, the regular political recitation, mere pronouncements with all being executed. These are the kind of statements, sweeping statements. When somebody come on this show to tell the Liberian people that the 2024 budget was not our budget, it was the budget of the CDC government, that is administrative ineptitude, maximum administrative ineptitude. Not only that, you record the budget, there is public record, and you pass on a new budget. The CDC did not pass on a budget that was submitted for 2024. As a lawmaker by then, we left the budget that was presented and we said we could not act on our budget for 2024 because the government for 2024 will have our own priorities on the basis of the campaign commitments and promises that were made. So we acted on no budget for 2024, though we changed the budget year from January to December. So when you took power in January, the Unity Party-led administration provided a budget on the basis of the arrest agenda. For somebody to come ill-informed and intellectually ill-equipped and provide information to the public is saddened. You lied to the people, you came to power, and you still want to lie when the facts are glaring. Not only that, look at the foreign travel that was approved, 400 and some more thousand United dollars, 2024. They end up spending over 600 and some more thousand dollars, nothing less than extra 200,000. The assets recovery team, the budget was 1.231,280. That was the money allocated in the 2024 budget. We didn't put money in the budget for asset recovery team. So how can you say it was a CDC budget? When in fact, by 2023, there was nothing called asset recovery team under the CDC-led administration. That is a contradiction. President Boyka has demonstrated a habit of always appointing committees to report. There was a committee that appointed when he declared drugs a national emergency. And he went and did a just test and asked officials of government to do so. Just was declared a national emergency, a committee was established to establish the cause and make the necessary recommendation. After 1 year, no recommendation, nothing made public. You reduce the money on the fight against drugs. You lie to the people. You establish a committee to look at public operations. At the end of the day, the report, after 1 year, we cannot see the report. The state make the money. You complain about benefits that public corporations will get, but today you are defending that. It's saddening in the history of the country. Not only that, what is important? I listened to Gonko, Emmanuel, the CRC. He's not a civil servant. The National Port Authority is not placed under the CSA. The CSA has not taken charge of the NPA. My understanding is that he makes nothing less than $4,500. And because of that, he doesn't have the moral standing to criticize the administration. He's still running around. Okay. Now, when Conor Remingray said the state have 5 years, Conor Remingray, even if you listen to Gonwe, he says something that rascals that are being appointed. You listen to Queen Johnson, who is a renegade, because the police said they needed her. And she escaped police investigation. She's a renegade. She said there are people who are placed in the government, she on record, who are not fit. How do you have a group of people in the government who are not fit, who are not competent, and you are hoping that it will transform the country? Fandara said something, I wanted him to be here. Probably he knew I would have come back. You talk about the issue of tolerance. Wallow made a statement during a funeral ovation. Wallow is removed from the government today, from the MDR. Dismissed, not only being suspended. Matthew Nyamplu, one of the ministers, Administrator of Information, he raised the issue of fake scholarship brought in by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Today he is out of the job. Amara Kone has been isolated. Martin Colley, who fought for you people, has been isolated. John Molu is being isolated. Queen, on record, she said when you talk about it, then they will suspend you. Fandara, you cannot speak for Unity Party more than Unity partisans. You talk about another group need to take over the country. You are supported the CDC, you are supported Unity Party.
I want to listen to the guy all night.
You are supported.
You spoke and you wasn't interrupted.
Okay.
From Fadiga. Please allow him to speak.
You supported the two parties. You talk about a third party that Jeremiah Kun you want to be president. That in your dream to go to Jeremiah Kun and count on this show and you cannot attack him, it will be in your dream. Fadiga, I want to say to you, Fadiga, a guy like you would talk about transparency and credibility. You can sit in Monrovia here in a hotel that you pay $200 every month. They pay for you every week, every day you pay $200 to be in the hotel Pere Casa. And you have taken 3 months pay. You stay in Liberia and you're talking about morality, and you're talking about credibility, and you're talking about integrity. You just went Nima County and you stay there with your illicit lovers, and you want to talk about people sending people in foreign affairs, sending girlfriend, all that thing. We got to stop being petty. It's dangerous to come on the kind of a big platform and begin to attack other people and being petty. Remy said something, he's concerned about what this government is going to do. What happened? Joseph Boyka was vice president for 12 solid years and presided over all the concession agreements in the country. All the bylaws in affairs of signature. Do you know the 2 signatures from the Liberian Senate? When bills and resolutions are sent to the executive branch of government, do you know the 2 signatures from the House of Representatives? The Speaker and the Chief Clerk. In the absence of the Chief Clerk, the Deputy. In the absence of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and so on. In the Senate is the Vice President, the first signature. In the absence of the Vice President, then the Pro Tem. The Vice President and the Secretary of the Senate. If this country was mortgaged under the Salif-led administration, Joseph Boyka was the first person who endorsed that mortgaging of the country before President Salif affixed a signature to that. There is no way you can exonerate President Boyka from the mess created in this country for 12 solid years. Did he pay rehab in 12 years? Did he provide electricity in rehab for 12 years? You talk about Buchanan, the electrification of Buchanan. That they don't want to take the sub-LEC station there to Buchanan. Don't you know that those electrification were going on long since? And you want to take credit for what you cannot take credit for? Is that what you are saying? Your CRC admitted here that the government is getting rapidly unpopular.
Karen, look at
But that practice
But
Fatiga, don't interrupt him now. You have your time to talk. No, I beg you.
Now,
let's just finish up.
Now, you want to talk about pleasantry in government, that were in government. We marry make. I don't have a budget
Talk
for
about your
marry
Paris wedding. They didn't
I don't have a budget.
If you don't want to stay on the show, then you can just bid us good night. But it's not fair for you to interrupt him. No, but you spoke, Fadiga. Allow him to speak.
They come and near Jerry's no
Call his name. He didn't answer you, my man. Let's have some calmness, please.
No, let me tell you this. After 50 years, President Boyka had to use state resources to celebrate an anniversary of state celebration. We didn't have the veteran who fought our Unity Party headquarters at our celebration. They needed invitation. Oh yes, after all those years, President Boyka had a state celebration for his birthday. Many stores, everybody went there. They didn't have the children who fought, who walked in the purple water on that day to ATS. What argument do you want to talk about pleasantry? You don't have the moral standing. You don't have the moral standing to talk about that. Celebrating a birthday party, a national celebration. 12 years as vice president, he didn't do a national celebration. He went broke. He said he was living on loan. You criticize. You use 1.1 million United States dollars to buy 2 bulletproof vehicles. 1.1. You have bring the man back, I beg you.
The man left, my man. Let's close the show. That's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Look, Stanton. Prince Johnson was just buried. Prince Johnson had complained on popular record that he had not been speaking to Joseph Boyka. Boyka has not been speaking to him, President Boyka. Few days after his burial, you dismissed one of the guys he nominated from the NSA. You issue a statement. The NSA, the EPS issue a statement today that they were neutralized. Anybody who clap here the president vehicle, the EPS will neutralize you. Look, there's something called decorum. Even if the president is moved, I understand the security of the president, and there's an emergency, somebody is dying. It's of international standard that you allow that car to move because you want to save life. You know the reason why? The president took an oath of office to uphold, to protect, and to defend the Constitution and all other laws. And in that provision of the Constitution, the security apparatus have the responsibility by oath to protect life and properties. And in so doing, if an ambulance is moving and the security knows there's an ambulance coming, you will not neutralize that ambulance, especially if somebody's life is at risk. They will allow that ambulance to move on. Security duty will tell you that. If there's an area burning, because they say they took out to protect life and properties, to protect someone's property, the fire service car passing, the only thing you will do is to protect that president's vehicle. They are layers in protection. That's why when the president is even in a traffic and you see a car broke down in the middle of the road, they will take the other side. The paddle car will move ahead to clear the road. You can't tell me that you will not protect. The president took oath to protect life and properties, like the security. To use a war in a press statement to say you will neutralize, you give the security what we call a carte blanche to execute. Darius DeLong is on record. He said one important thing Darius DeLong said. I will spoon the president car. In opposition, the guys were clapping for DeLong. You never heard the EPS saying
Let's
they would
move
have.
on.
In closing, Fadiga wish for a president to die. You have the video tonight, Stanton. I wanted him to be on air. He prayed that the plane should drop and John Weah should die. Nobody arrested him, but he came back in Liberia for a job.
Thank you,
The
Honorable
same man
Gray.
wish to die, like the same man he came to bed. Thank you very much.
Honorable Gray, thank you. We had this to play, but we gave Colonel Gray and gives him the time to talk. You know, this issue, I think we're discussing it more. But for Sam Gay to say from the EPS to neutralize potential threats, and they include emergency, Colonel Gray, they include fire trucks. I mean, when you talk about the first responder, you will not be using neutralize potential threats. And you know, I don't know what's going on with our folks, Colonel Gray. I understand the safety of the president and the vice president is of the utmost. But even if you talk about ambulances, transporting the wounded, that's the reason why they call it the first responder. What's going on with Sam Gay, the American train? What's going on with him? Is he telling his guys in arm to neutralize the ambulance driver and those wounded when they are on mission to be on the way to the hospital? I think he should be very clear. Sam Gay should be even more clear with what he posted today. And I told him, you know, I reached out to him. I told him, I said, I think your choice of words were wrong. I understand the safety of the president, don't get me wrong. But when you include the ambulance and you include the fire trucks and you include the first responder and you use the word, you will be compelled, if they do not comply, to neutralize potential threats. Then we are on a very serious, very serious. There's a serious problem here. Colonel Gray, talk to me. You're the military man.
But Senator, it's clear that Sam Gay is more operational than public policy. So he sees everything from the realm of the operation part. But words have consequences, especially if you're in a democracy. You know, nobody will scold you if you are in a dictatorship. But in a democracy, You want to guide your words. In any sphere of operation, of course, there are certain garments within the security that you give reference to or reverence to. Here, we don't care whether it's an ambulance or the police, in high pursuit of someone. Once we see that revolving light, we have to give them, way to pass because that's the law. Let alone the president coming. Matter of fact, like others, they cordon the area. If the president is going to be speaking in a low corner area, nobody will have access for probably 2 or 3 days. That's the law. But sometimes the way you say stuff, it make people think that it's operational part that you're trying to drive. But forgive the man, Sam Gay. He probably will be mostly operational, but he's not a public policy guy. So whatever he says probably was based out of his. I don't want to call it ignorance, but he may not have had the idea that it may have the consequences that it's having, and that you would pick up the phone and call him. And that's exactly how people learn. But I want to say, again, increasingly, God himself was not a Christian, or is not a Christian, because if he was, then, Jesus Christ is older than him. You're the religion guy, but if you go back and look at Plato, Plato's religion, my brother, it says that the only correlation between the earth and the heavens is the fact that Christians carry on in the same manner as probably God views heaven. But increasingly, they're saying that he's saying that God has no connection to earth. But I say this because if God were a Christian, then he would have shown other religion. That's why I don't like the idea of a political establishment in the state. When you do that, then you question the neutrality of the state. We say we're a secular state. Anybody can exist. You understand? Not the BS of the others. I cannot exist and then and step on Gibson's right. We're a secular state. You understand? So when people always talk about their political party as though they were talking about religion, right away, it diminishes the state, the value of the state. But let's say we pick up the phone and we call Sam Gay. I don't have to be a Unity Party guy to do that. I did that because the state is more important than, you understand, than some political party he represents. Increasingly, Stanton, maybe I might be rambling, but that's why some of us we have lost taste for political organizations. If you see me joining a political party, that's probably because that's the only way you can win election in Liberia. But there are so many people who are winning election as independents. That tells you that if you want to stay free and clear of a political party, just go independent. And that's how they should run the presidential thing as well. You don't have to come from a political party to win elections. But let me say this. Insecurity, they have very limited room for when you break the policy. The guy who went to the late Senator Prince Johnson's funeral, may his soul rest in peace, that guy should always remember one thing, that he represents the institution from whence he came. Even though he's NDR, you have the right to choose one or the other. That's why I talk about political party. If you are going to go there just as himself without coming from a political institution, maybe he will have governed himself appropriately, thinking that whatever his actions have consequences. But probably he was more in the party gear, like your religion, and so he went off. But coming back home, there are rules. We all grew up on the rules. The old man said, come. In fact, my old man used to say, come home by 5 o'clock or 6, you should be home. 1 minute after that, I'm in trouble, right? So he's done without there. Yes, he went to go give tribute to his father, his uncle, whoever, Prince Johnson was to him. But when he came back, he had to face the institution wrath. And he made a mistake. But in security, there is limited room for mistake. Imagine if we were giving chance to everybody that makes mistake. We'll not have a perfect security. When you make one error, you're gone. So they have their rules. He is one of the leaders of the NSA. If you went out there and violated that rule, look, that's why Liberia is not straight. We like to say, give the man a chance, give the man a chance, give who a chance. If you have a set of rules and you broke that rule, it means you're defiant. The consequences you should accept with flying colors and move out. You know, if you're gone out there and conducted himself well, or say, you know what, I'll move into my job, security, this and that. Hey, I'll relinquish this part of the program to somebody else. He would not have been in trouble. But he was defiant. He meant to do what he did, and so therefore he should face the consequences. That's the kind of guy I am, you know. But I will hope Central increasingly will reduce this rivalry between CDC and UP. Whenever I'm here, I mean, I lose my taste when I'm here because the Central used to come in and discuss the issue. You bring out the ills of society, we'll rampant over it. It was not about George Weah or Joe Boycott. Yeah, the president is very important. Is the guy who steered the ship of state. And so therefore we look forward to whatever he's saying is important to us. But to be comparing with somebody who was there before and somebody who intend to come in 2029, meanwhile we have 5 years, you know, to develop as a country, it's counterproductive. I'm not faulting you for that, my brother. But you know, this rivalry, these two people, don't put them together because then we lose the taste of this platform. This is a marvelous platform that will normally bring out the issue that people have never seen or heard before in the society. And now it makes Spoon the greatest platform ever so far. I mean, I'm not saying that other, journalists or maybe other platforms are not doing well. But what Spoon has done, Spoon is his own. And that's why most people strive to be. I want to be like Spoon. You know, that's a precedent. So we didn't set it because it's not great because of one political party or the other. It's just that they go into where people have not ventured before. Look like what's happening now in the system. How many journalism corridor, the likes of Gibson Gerald. I don't even know Gibson paper because when Gibson was an I man, he used to go after the story. But Spoon has dominated. So I think I'm not faulting those who come here to propagate a political institution, but we have a country to make great. And I don't think Mr. Weah come back to power or whoever wants to run in 2029. It's my passion for being here. I'm here because we come to make the state a better place. And I hope we'll keep that. Gibson, your time.
I agree with you that Spoon is a great platform. In this life, some people can come at a certain time and take the helm of leadership. I know those days, Ambrose Mann from True FM was the towering voice in the town. And at some other time, the analysts took over the landscape of the newspaper, and then Star Radio came. So yes, I mean, I confirm that. And even now, even if anybody wants to come and do your part, you do your part. But for you to say you want to compete, like that's why I don't do it. In the media, we don't compete. We complement each other. That's the way I know it to be. You know, so we continue to complement the Spoon Talk. We believe that it's a great platform that brings out the debates. No unorthodox approach. We don't plan to come here. We say what we want to say. Nobody hold up and say, don't say this. And that's a great thing, Stanton. He has a very great innovation. But on the issue of the guy that got dismissed, I know why he was dismissed. It's very clear. He was dismissed because he said Prince Johnson died because of war crime court. And the progenitor of the war crime court was President Boakai. Therefore, he was talking to President Boakai. So he must be suspended and then dismissed. That's all. But here is what they have done to him. They have just made him popular in Ima. They just made him popular. The dismissal of this guy has shot his reputation through the roof in Ima for speaking at Prince Johnson's funeral and saying the thing that most Nimbayan would love to say, but they not have the platform. And he said them. Because of that, they dismiss him. They just shut the man's reputation off the roof. They just made him popular. That's all I can say. President Boakai should have not dismissed him. They could have been suspended him for 1 or 2 months, warn him, bring him back, put him in the background, and say, you can't go out there and do this anymore. They could have done that. It would have been better. But as it is, Nimbayans will now begin to start thinking whether this is a target. Prince Johnson is there, all his those who he recommended may be kicked off. In fact, some people start thinking that the labor minister might be in the next. The dismissal was inappropriate. The president has the right to dismiss him, that is prerogative. Because the man served at the will and pleasure of the president has the right to dismiss him. But this dismissal wallowed meme is off the roof, and you will see in the future. So I said, look, I send the video to you, and you can play at any time when Friday guys on. You don't have to play it now. Everybody know that I sent it to you, so you have the video. But the reason I did that because, and I thank God for my guys who usually send me the video. Say thank you for doing all the research for me and send it to me. Look, when we are speaking, we forget. Like fighting out in their own politics, they do it personally. They forget that we are discussing national issues. And they talk and talk and talk and catch up with them. That's what happened to this video. You don't have to go personal. You don't have to say things like I say that here because I criticize Joseph Boakai and I say there will be war in the country. No, there will not be war in this country. No. We want the government to succeed because when the government succeeds, we make money too. We are able to make some money and live. That's why the government should succeed. All our criticism is not intended to make the government fail. Our criticism is intended to buckle the government up, to make them to succeed, to forget about the things they are doing that are not good and do the things that are good. Look, Stanton, look, if people don't even know PRO, that particular release you read, you put on the screen, you know the person that you dismissed, that the public relations director or officer, he should be dismissed. That's why it's good to be trained before you go to this school, and you must be able to be your own man. Because when they tell you, when the SS director comes to me, Gibson, if I'm public relations director for the SSS or for the EPS, and the EPS director comes to me and say, put this, I said, Chief, no, we can't. It's about PR. You can't put
that. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
They get that mess on the executive mansion Facebook page.
Yeah, I agree.
Are they proud of it that they will neutralize the first responder if they are in the way? I remember, right? I'm not saying this because of something. I had a couple of the reporter assigned with then President Weah. He was doing his counter tour. The ambulance was coming. Someone on Bon County Highway. You know how they can take both lanes? All of them took the right lane. The ambulance was able to pass through. When? The serene blipping. Stanton, let
Yeah,
me go
I
in
mean,
there a little
how
bit.
can Sam Gates sit there and want to defend this mess of a word that he would neutralize first responder because they are in the way of the presidential transport? I mean, what sense does that make?
But Stanton, when you had your hair, in the old release, the man quoted the law that says people should give way to emergency vehicles.
Yes.
In your own release.
I don't know who Joseph Boakai get around him, man. You know,
You
the
say
thing that help
the
people
people
here.
and say we got a law that says a fire truck, if ambulance are coming, people should give way. But you are saying if these kind of fire truck and ambulance are coming, you will neutralize them. What sense does that make? You confirm that they have the right of way by the law, but you will neutralize them. Man. So I would believe this. I will say Sam Gay for that for today. I would blame this on the foreign relations officer. He shouldn't have written that, because writing that put his bosses at odds with the public. First of all, we have seen the president convoy pass. When the president convoy pass, they take the whole row. We play EPS, we play emergency vehicle can be. They put the emergency vehicle in the convoy. They put the ambulance there. Not us. We never used to see ambulance in George. We have a convoy. We didn't see ambulance in LA convoy. That in Joseph Boakai convoy that we saw ambulance is part of the convoy.
All right. So let me say that you're going somewhere I don't want us to go. But it's only important, right?
That's true. Stand on.
I mean, you have ambulance in Joe convoy, my man. Don't do that.
Also, ambulance convoy.
Even if Donald Trump and Joe Biden convoy, they got ambulance in there. But you know that.
Joe Biden
it's the normal protocol. It should be there. If they never had it, it should be there. So it's normal. It's
so
nothing.
You put a convoy, you put an emergency vehicle in your convoy. They say you will
neutralize. No, but they're not talking about that emergency vehicle. They are talking about the transport emergency vehicle, not the one that was in the convoy. Okay. So, for example, the person is traveling, right? And there's an accident, and you have ambulance transporting those people. They are saying the ambulance will park on the side and wait. The person will go for it. The people die in the ambulance, though, the ambulance will park on the side and wait. And sometimes I wonder, Sam Gay, that from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, this guy have great experience. But to make those outlandish statements and releases, it's kind of like too stupid. You know, you can't do that. You just can't. I mean, and it comes back to hunt President Boakai. It's not about you, right?
When they say neutralize, what could they be talking about?
Listen, you know Conor Grace here. You know what I mean.
Yeah, no, Conor Grace, when they say neutralize, you neutralize the people in the vehicle or the vehicle.
You neutralize the vehicle. You neutralize the patient in the vehicle. You neutralize the first aid responder.
You know, in security, the top will neutralize it. I mean, they will eliminate you completely to make sure.
That's the only thing we know. That's the only thing we know. And the man is
here's the deal.
Experience.
Here's the deal.
Thank you for clarifying.
Here's the deal. Before you go, let me give you one more suggestion. That tells me the security institutions are not coordinating. When it happens that way, the president is about to move. The movement of an ambulance, fire truck, they must be on one channel. The president is about to move. Will ask you to use, then they reroute or detour you. You may not have that luxury.
You talking about Minnesota that you remember? Leo,
no.
Leo, we got Wall Street.
Anywhere.
What's the rule? I agree with you, right? Yeah. I do agree with you.
Communication, my brother.
I agree with you. So Conor Gray, get out of your house. You get like 3 or 4 different lanes that you can get on the road. If you get out of your house, right? So the only thing I can put you from the island, right? From Valentine, the only thing I can put you on Broad Street is the 2 bridge. Or else you go in the water.
Take the other bridge. Take the other bridge.
And if both of them close, you're done.
I'll actually go in the water. The other thing we are saying here is that, listen, the guy said, the way in personal, Bwaka said, you know what? I will appoint you. You are trained. You gave me all your CV, everything. But man, but they are failing so fast. They have fallen flat. Because all the mindset, right? Everything in them is about just them. It's not about country. Tomorrow, this government go, some guy coming back to America. He got nothing to do in Liberia. President Bwaka and them no more. Sam Gate is done. Sam Gate has retired. He has gotten his retirement money. He's enjoying it. He doesn't need this job. And that's why we are not going to Sam Gate. In the past, Colonel Greg, ask those that are around the president, how long they've been in government? They are all recycled, most of them. They can now do away with Liberian government job.
But the best part of the juice is the best part of the wine is the one that stays long in the bottle.
No, it's not. It's not. Sometimes they are stink. Sometimes it's stink. You can drink one, I know, but
afterwards you're 20, you want to know exactly what calculator you use the
agree. Sometimes it's saying it's not what you say, but how you say them. That release was badly written. I think they should have removed the part of the emergency and express responders vehicle from in it. You can just say any vehicle that intrudes into the president's convoy. I mean, the issue of neutralize.
If you say any, take neutralize off. I mean, it can be a background conversation. Are you trying to scare
that creates endangerment for the VIP?
Man, they think about the whole arrest, right?
It's the coordination lacking. That's how.
You're right, Colonel Gray. You're right. But it's like everybody want to be president in the country.
No, I think this one is
everybody want to be president.
Correlation problem. I don't want to blame. I don't want to blame
security. The movement of the president is priority. The movement of first responder is priority. But on the chain of command, one takes precedent.
The man said, "You need to surrender."
Let's go to what Stanton described.
Let's read this. Abeki, right? You need to surrender. All motorists, emergency vehicles, and pedestrians are required to emergency vehicles are required to promptly yield to the sound of siren from the presidential escort vehicles. Failure to comply may lead to a response from the EPS to neutralize potential threats. Okay?
So how the problem I'm having right now is if somebody, let's go to Stanton scenario. The president is going to Ralphie. There was an accident and
the president must go.
6 or 5 people are lying down on the ground, blood all over the place. They have emergency people from the hospital going to take those who are not yet there to take them. So what would they do? Is it okay that the president they wait until that president maybe I don't know how many minutes or what?
The president got to pass. Let it put that. Oh, you know what? Easy. They will call for the private jet. It's easy. I will close on this. I want to say thank you. I will close on this. It is important for us to remind our folks. 5 more years, right? 5 more years. Less than 5 years. If the Unity Party continue to play this kakaleka, they will be beggars tomorrow. Less than 5 years. They can come here and pretend like nothing happening. My man, if you're hungry, you're hungry. Nobody can tell you that you're hungry or you're not hungry. No. You can lie on your stomach.
You're hungry, you're hungry.
The Liberian people are hungry. The opposition to this government, to this Unity Party government, is the Liberian people. It's not Tewan Gonglo.
Today, the exchange rate is almost.
Come back tomorrow, you will see. Let's talk about the exchange rate. Then you want them to bluff. You know what kind of thing? They gotta feel that they not get there. But these are guys that were hustling here in America. So they went to Liberia to hustle some of them. These are guys, they don't care about Joseph Bwaka. Look at Just go to the finance ministry. They say Gafan open investigation into Bill Magay Jones and Paul Lamy. What's the end of the investigation? That Vlad.
My man, I told you the other day.
Go to the foreign ministry on Nicotech. What become of Sarah Besler Yanti and Nicotech? That Vlad. Go to LRA. What become of Double Jana? That Vlad. Go to the executive mansion where they are looting on DSA, on hundreds of DSA. That the president over 200,000 over his traveling budget and expenses. Look at the Senate. Look at the House of Representatives. These are all criminals. And that's why they are Liberian people, if President Bouaka decide, if that is decision not to change. Because I think he have agreed to keep Metec, he have agreed to keep CTN, because those are family-related companies, he keeping them. He have agreed to keep the Freeport the way the Freeport is. He have agreed to keep LTA, all right? That the mess that is happening at LTA, the president have agreed. So everybody says, stay down. Wait for the state of the nation. The president will be careful. Listen, folks, President Bouaka, he doesn't have the will to do these things. We have come to realize that President Bouaka has not the will. People will do these things and they'll present it to him and say, we did it. You'll say, okay, your thing is better, yeah. So let's wait for the state of the nation. Let's wait for the state of the nation. And that's the embarrassment. The willpower. And I seen that somebody take me and say, stand on, let Bishop go home. Let me listen to the person. Let Bishop. Let Bishop, let me listen to them. Because, listen, I would say my own. They may not like it, man. But friendship and family relationship on this government is destroying the government. The highest bidder, they are destroying the government. They will go for the highest bidder. They will take that side of the brown envelope. They will say, don't mind what Stanton say on Spoon. Don't mind what the Liberian people say. They can die in poverty. Don't mind them. What they're going to meet, what they're going to share, the pokes, the greed. They don't care about the Liberian people. We come and champion because we believe in Joseph Bouaka. We thought that Joseph Bouaka was going to speak and take the pen, the bullet pen on the bullet pulpit, and just start doing like Donald Trump. No. We have not seen the actual Joe. Oh, you know what? They say I'm going to stop it again. All right, guys. That's a guy. Yeah, they say stand up, stop and go home. Listen, you can stop. Get that. Nelson, come on and show my brother. Come on.
Look, I mean, Stanton, I mean, you can keep that video. The next time when they make Be More again, we play it because that old man, we don't want to what they call him. But
no, that video is so dangerous. I cannot play that video.
Yeah, don't play that. Don't play it.
I wonder if Sam Gay, it sounds like they need some security coordination between the president movement, the movement of other emergency, vehicles and so on and so forth. Whenever the president is going somewhere, it's something that should be informed somehow to other security agency that, look, the president will be using this route. You understand?
No, great. The prioritizing presidential convoy is important, it's right, it's legal.
Yes.
It's just that the use of the word and the involvement of emergency vehicle, because the act that he quoted also said people should get way to emergency vehicle.
So that quotation come from a policy manual, or that?
Yeah, he said that the act, the security act, he quoted himself.
Of course, I want to believe that it
let me read it here. Let me read it here.
If you keep me here tomorrow, I will say so. The person I'm gonna go before.
The EPS have observed repeated incidents of motorists, including drivers of emergency medical vehicles.
Thank you, my brother.
Fire trucks.
Can you say?
Yeah.
Guess I beg you, but let go by because
my
mom issue no
It
touch
even worse. Even
But then
worse.
you can't blame the pressman. Now the pressman made that policy.
That not press man. The person that made that policy that how you call it that same game.
Yeah.
The same game. You know how much money is some family members to the president making just on the side because you know what, let me go. Let me go.
Let me.
Let me go.
All right, guys.
God, listen. God have to save Liberia. God himself. God not saying he's injured though. No. God himself got to save Liberia.
It must be
God in heaven. God himself have to come down and save Liberia.
I will see how God follow. Whether if you get big feet or small feet.
Yeah, have a good night.
Let it be, man. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Colonel. Great. Thank you very much for coming. Nelson, what's up, man? It's good to see you, Nelson. Nelson, it's very, very good to see you. I know when I see you, I feel happy. You just got to transcend. You know, you just got to do the cross-pollination. You got to do the cross-folding, the meswisive and imeswisive. Yeah. So I hope I'm on course. I'm not hearing you. You muted. You see, the man muted himself just because he doesn't want me to. You see, he muted because he don't want me to.
No, I said everything on course. Make it to all.
But everything on course every day. I listen to everybody. Look that they want to know on course. So. May God save our state, Nelson. Thank you very much, as always. Thanks to Damo. We want to appreciate each and every one of our followers, the good ones, the bad ones, and the ugly ones. Some people just kind of blast, but that's okay. We still love you. Some people just kind of clap for us. We still love you. And, you know, fitted by us always. We respect you. We say, you know what, good things, good people, good program. Till we meet again tomorrow, same time, same station. Have a good evening. And may God save our state. Good night, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks a lot to all of you across the world for joining us tonight. We appreciate your participation on the program. Thanks to all of you who will always call in. Thanks to the many of you who just sat by your radio and watching your TV and closely following the show tonight. We appreciate you highly for your contribution here as always. Thanks to the many of you who were engaged in the comment section. Share your thoughts. Share your thoughts about the unfoldings. Let us know what you think about the different conversations that goes on. We appreciate you as well. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio. You can join us tomorrow for another great show, at which time the CEO and the rest of the team will be here, the panelists, to take you through another great edition of the program, Spoon Talk. And I want to say thanks to our ardent followers. Some of you you joined us from the very start of the show. You're still here with us. Let me just go to the comment section and appreciate a few of you for being here with us up to now. Yes, sorry if I maybe skip your name. Sometimes it's moving so fast. Yes, so but I want to go to the comment section and recognize a few of you joining us here tonight. We do this because we appreciate you. We appreciate the fact that some of you are still stay up, you kill your sleep and everything just to be here with us. And so I want to recognize a few of you. But just before doing that, let me do a special birthday greeting to little Blessing. Blessing, you celebrated your birthday yesterday. Happy birthday to you, Blessing. Your mom your dad, and the rest of the family. They're all wishing you happy birthday. You're an ardent follower of the Spoon Talk as well. You celebrated your 11th birthday yesterday. And so a special message here for you says, happy birthday, Blessing. We wish you many more years to come. Enjoy your day and stay blessed. From the entire family in Liberia, and from your dad, James Gray, in Australia, and your uncle Tim in the US. They all wishing you happy birthday as you celebrate your 10th birthday. As you celebrated your 10th birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Blessing, and we wish you all the best. And we want to say thanks a lot to all of you for joining us. Charles Delan, thanks for joining us. William Jala, we appreciate you for coming on as well. Menina Wama, thanks for coming on. James T. Brooks, Anna Taylor, Stephen Kessley, we appreciate you as well for coming on tonight. Tommy, show me love, Tommy. Josh Morris Jr., thanks a lot for coming on. Emmanuel Saki, we appreciate you as well. Angela Dixon, thanks for being here as well. Mr. Philip Bala, thanks for joining us. Ruth Goba, my Ruth, we appreciate you a whole lot for always being here with us. William Boema, thanks for joining us tonight. I see Vani A. Bala Blamo To joining us. He said, okay, so Nathaniel K. Hill, Jerome Roberts, Sir Johnson, Experience Liberia, and the many of you, Ellie David, joining us as well. Archie Unbreakable Topic is joining us. Thanks for coming on. Bindu Ya coming joining us via Facebook tonight. Joseph Ali, Wiki Chill, thanks for joining us. Mahmoud Ibrahim Amara Duno, and all of you joining us. We appreciate the fact that you can be here with us all the time for Spoon Talk. You can join us tomorrow for another great show. Until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Collier. Coming up shortly is the Late Night Show, the Late Night Politics on Spoon. You can make up time to join us for another great edition of the Late Night Show. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon, and your boy Friday the Southern Band.